Good morning, everyone. I'm Eren Yıldırım, Assistant Professor of Economics at İstanbul University, and I will be chairing this session 1B for the 18 ICKEM. So we have 6 papers normally on the line. Each presenter has 15 minutes of time, and the session is going to be live streamed on ISO YouTube channel. And the first presentation is about the relationship between the knowledge of leadership theories and concept and the quality leader member exchange and the mediating role of the leadership styles from Christiana University. Dr. Mehmet Çetin, the floor is yours if you are ready.
Thank you, Eren Hocam, for the introduction. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, then I will share my screen. I hope you can also see my screen.
Yes, we can see, Doctor.
As you introduced, this study is about the link between leadership theory knowledge, concepts, and theories knowledge, and the outcomes such as leader-member exchange. And we also try to understand the mediator role of leadership styles. So, as an introduction and background to this study, we can say that there has been extensive research in leadership about the antecedents and outcomes, as we know that leadership is significantly linked to multiple individual and organizational outcomes. There is great emphasis and practical and academic value on leadership research, and also great investment in leadership training and leadership development initiatives in organizations. So there is a high interest in understanding what makes effective leadership. So the antecedents of effective leadership has been addressed by multiple studies in the literature. But the gap lies there is most of those studies are about understanding the effects of leadership styles or self-reported leadership approaches. And more specifically, if it's about the knowledge part, it really links more with leadership training efforts and self-awareness of leadership. So we can see multiple studies on how leadership training and development efforts are linked to leadership outcomes, or leader self-awareness is linked to leadership outcomes, and mostly these are subjective measures. And of course, there are studies concentrating on the outcomes of leadership interventions. If there is a specific intervention to manipulate one side of leadership. But what we see is research on leadership knowledge, actual knowledge, and conceptual awareness about leadership theories and concepts. This is rare. This is actually surprisingly rare that is very understudied. That how leadership knowledge is linked to leadership styles and the outcomes. So also we don't know yet much about the mechanisms how leadership knowledge can link to leadership outcomes. Is it through leadership behavior or leadership styles? So this study aims to target that research gap, and we can talk about the objectives and conceptual frameworks as this research aims to investigate the explicit knowledge of leadership concepts and theories and how this affects the leadership styles and leadership outcomes such as leader-member exchange. So one thing that the study addresses is how leadership knowledge influence the way leaders enact leadership, the way they see leadership and how their behaviors, leadership behaviors, are formed. And the second part of this is the mediating mechanism on how leadership knowledge is linked to their leadership style and how this links to end variables. So the model of the study is such this. I wanted to visualize it, and the knowledge and awareness regarding the core concepts and theories of leadership links to quality of leader-member exchange through perceived leadership style. So this is what the study is searching for. And there, the conceptual framework is important because the general gap and also what really makes this study different and novel or contributing can be found in this aspect. Most leadership studies are looking at the behaviors or self reported leadership styles, but leadership is not only defined or conceptualized with those aspects. It also includes domain-specific knowledge and cognitive structures. Yes, it is linked to traits, leadership characteristics, approaches, and self-understanding, self-awareness of leadership, but it also includes knowledge. So we don't have much information on how leaders actually link their knowledge with their leadership style. For example, if I'm acting in a specific leadership way, do I really name that or conceptualize it explicitly? Or maybe it is just an example in my mind, good or bad leadership, or effective or ineffective leadership. But how concrete knowledge of these leadership styles, for example, if I'm maybe when I enact or apply my leadership styles in daily life, do I really think about the differentiation between transformational and transactional leadership, or theory X and theory Y? How this knowledge or the extent characteristics of this knowledge links to leadership styles is still under researched. As we see multiple approaches to leadership, as in this example, Mumford et al., is seeing knowledge together with like problem solving, construction skills, like skills, knowledge, and behavior. They all come together to create a leadership. So this study conceptualized leadership knowledge as the ability to recognize and cognitively differentiate those core leadership theories and concepts. And this is a previously underexplored antecedent for leadership style and LMX, leader member exchange. So to make it more implicit, what the study focuses on is not general leadership education. It's not about training exposure. Like, we don't ask how many hours did they take a training course, or their self-awareness about their leadership style. These are all explained and researched well to a level comparatively much more enlightened ways are exist there. But what we actually look here is capturing leaders' awareness and cognitive differentiation of those core leadership theories and concepts. So it's actual knowledge. And the methodology, how we aim to measure this, and the sample, we aim to, this is an ongoing study. We aim to have about 200 leaders in the participants across sectors and company types. And we base this on a key limitation in the peer research, like reliance on self-reported indicators of leadership styles. And we address this to conceptualize leadership knowledge as a dual factor construct. So the first one is an objective knowledge, like actual knowledge that is measured by scenario-based classification tasks. And the second one is subjective knowledge as their own awareness about leadership profiles. And this second one will be used as actually as a comparison and maybe also as a control variable to understand how they relate together, which one has a more predictive power on the outcomes. How we design this, conceptualize and operationalize this is still under construct, but we want to create some scenario-based questions on understanding how leaders actually have explicit knowledge on some certain leadership concepts like theory X and Y, trait, behavior, institutional approach to leadership, task-oriented, relationship-oriented leadership, or basically the main most well-known leadership styles such as transformational and transactional leadership. And for the mediating and the outcome dependent variable, we will use validated scales like multi-factor leadership questionnaire and leader member exchange quality. So this is the last style, the last slide. I know I don't want to exceed my time. We also started a bit later than planned, I assume. So what will be the contribution of this study? It will emphasize the role of cognition and knowledge in leadership. So one understudied aspect that constitute leadership, effective leadership as a whole, and it will link it with leadership styles and leadership outcomes. So this will have both academic contribution in a way, understanding the leadership and its antecedents, and one understudied antecedent as knowledge. And it will be also important for practical implications because it can be a good input for leadership training and development efforts. Because is it more related to skills or more related to actual knowledge? And then we will also have further understanding of antecedents of leadership behavior and the mechanisms that it links to leadership outcomes. So thank you for listening. I want to keep it as brief as possible to also allow some comments or questions. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you so much for your presentation. If you have any questions, we would love to hear. If not, we are just going to move to the second presentation. I guess the second presentation, Mohammed Al-Satrafik is not here right now. And the third presentation is also not, presenters are not here in this meeting. So maybe we just can give floor to Bilal Baş from FSM Vakıf University. The transformation of Hagia Sophia Medrese from Sahne Seman to a digital campus title presentation.
Yes, hocam.
If you are ready to go, we would love to hear your
Just a
presentation.
second, sure. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to start this soon. Yeah. I think we're ready. Okay, so thank you for this opportunity to speak at your conference at the 18th BACON 2026 conference. And I'm thankful to all the organization team and the host universities. And so my presentation will be in Turkish, of course, and it will be on shifting education, economic sustainability issues, along with all these ongoing, in a way, drastic changes in geopolitics. Shifting technology, geopolitics, education, economic equations, these are actually all leading to new challenges as well as opportunities for increased cooperation between countries, nations, civilizations, especially starting with the pandemic, the wars, geopolitical tensions from north to south. And they're all actually leading to quests for novel alternatives all around the world. And at this point, let me switch to Turkish following this very short introduction. And as was clear from the program, my presentation is basically about a model in Turkish. So let me get started with that. Let me switch to Turkish following this very short introduction. My okay. Well, I'm hearing all of my conversation earlier. I don't know why. So this is summary of our project and the idea, the topic. Projemiz Ayasofya Medresesi'nin sahne semağından 555 yıllık dijital kampüse kadar dönüşümü üzerine. Fatih Sultan Mehmet Han'ın kendisinin ve Fatih Sultan Mehmet Han Vakfı'nın 1471 yılında kuruluşunu tamamladığı diyelim. Sahne Sivan medreseleri örneği ve bunun devamı olan bugün üzerinde çalıştığımız dijital kampüs projesiyle ilgili bugünkü sunumumuz. Biz tabii bu sunduğumuz fikrin görsel bir altyapısını da görsel bir grafiğini de oluşturmuştuk. Kapsamlı, çok boyutlu, fiziki, teorik farklı yönleriyle bayağı uzun vadeli bir projemiz. Ancak tabii önce genel bir çerçeve. Mevzuyu tabii anlamak gerekiyor önce. Bizim projemiz temelde ne ile ilgili? Şimdi tabii Sahne Sevan medreseleri 555 yıllık bir hikayeden bahsettik. O dönemde de aslında devrin en yenilikçi eğitim kurumları olarak biliniyor. Mühendislik, askeri teknolojilerle Fatih'in kendisi de aslında hem Osmanlı'ya hem insanlığa bir çağ atlatmıştı. Bu Fatih'in o dönemki misyonuna uygun olarak Şanlı Seman medreselerinde dönemin teknolojilerine, çağın gereklerine, o dönemin dijitalleşme trendine uygun Ayasofya Medresesi'nde o gün kurulan eğitim kurumlarının biz bugün yeni bir dijital kampüs ile yeni dönemin ihtiyaçlarına uygun olarak şekillenmesi konusu üzerine odaklanıyoruz. Bu eğitim kurumları tabii üniversiteye resmi kayıtlı olmayan öğrenci ve profesyoneller de kurumsal, denetimli, kaliteli, akademik açıdan güvenilir eğitim imkanlarının sunulması ile ilgili. Daha yoğun olarak tabii profesyonel eğitim programları konusuna eğiliyor. Bu biraz da tabii ülkemizde artık adım adım hayata geçirilmekte olan üniversitelerin misyon farklılaşması hedefi bağlamında FSM Vakıf Üniversitesi'ne de rekabet avantajı kazandıracak kritik bir uzmanlaşma alanı önerisi aslında. Tabii FSM büyük hedefleri olan bir dünya üniversitesi olmayı, bir araştırma üniversitesi olmayı hedefliyor. Ancak daha spesifik olarak dijitalleşme konusu, dijital kampüs uygulaması üniversiteyi farklılaştırabilir diye düşünüyoruz. Dijital kampüslerin mevcut örnekleri incelendiğinde aslında ülkelerin öncelik ve yönetişim anlayışlarına göre belirgin farklılaşmalar göze çarpıyor. Burada tabii Türkiye'nin konumlanması gereken bir özgün model ihtiyacı ortaya çıkıyor. Her ne kadar geçmişte farklı uygulamalar olmuş olsa da hakikaten bugün artık ortaya yeni bir şey koyma ihtiyacı daha açık bir şekilde kendini gösteriyor. Dijital kampüsler bunun yanında tabii artık birer alternatif değil, küresel yüksek öğrenimin, yönetişimin tamamlayıcı ve kalıcı bir unsuru haline de gelmiş durumda. Tüm bu farklı yönleri, bu farklı boyutları göz önüne almak gerekiyor. Mevcut duruma da göz attığımız zaman aslında farklı ülkelerdeki uygulamalar, farklı bölgelerdeki uygulamalara göz attığımız zaman örneğin Amerika'da bireysel öğrenci başarısının artırılması, inovasyon konuları biraz daha merkezde gibi görünüyor. Yüksek öğrenim açısından. Avrupa tarafında, okyanusun bu tarafında diploma veren çevrim içi programlar, özellikle İngiltere merkezi onlarca yıldır devam eden farklı programlar öne çıkıyor. Uzaktan eğitim ağırlıklı yaklaşım daha belirgin bir farklılık olarak kendini gösteriyor. Çin tarafında orada da tabii son dönem Çin'in yükselişi, Çin'in özellikle yapay zeka, dijitalleşme gibi konulardaki öncülüğü göze çarpıyor. Ancak yüksek öğrenim açısından Çin'de sistemsel verimlilik ve merkezi kontrol yönetişim ekseni daha fazla ön planda gibi görünüyor. Türkiye özelinde biraz eğitime erişim, yüksek öğrenime erişim, süreklilik, altyapı ve temel dijital hizmetlerin yaygınlaştırılması konuları daha fazla ön planda ve önümüzdeki dönemlerde konuşulacak gibi görünüyor açıkçası. Bu bahsettiğimiz mevzunun buradaki dönüşümün tabii e, daha iyi anlaşılması için küresel ölçekteki farklı uygulamalar incelendiğinde de mevcut resim içinde aslında dijital kampüs yaklaşımlarına biraz daha ayrıntıya girecek olursak aşağıdaki daha geniş kapsamlı farklılıklar da göze çarpıyor. Örneğin Amerika'da daha ziyade öğrenci merkezli bir yaklaşım hakim. Dijital kampüsler öğrenme deneyimini dönüştüren, öğrenme deneyimini biraz daha kişiselleştiren, yeni eğitim teknolojilerini ölçekleyen inovasyon merkezleri gibi çalışıyor hakikaten. Özellikle Amerika'daki farklı yeni teknolojiler, EDX gibi bunlar ciddi bir dönüşüm de başlatmış durumda. Avrupa tarafındaki uygulamalar ise ülkeden ülkeye değişmekle birlikte e, genelde eğilim daha çok diploma veren çevrim içi programlar, uzaktan eğitim ve yaşam boyu öğrenme odaklı bir yapı olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Özellikle İngiltere'deki University of London örneğinde de görüleceği gibi biraz önce o örneğin altını çizmiştim. Bu tip uygulamalar daha ziyade kendini gösteriyor. Çin'de e, merkeziyetçi politik yapı tabii eğitim sektöründe de sistem merkezi, daha merkeziyetçi bir model öne çıkarıyor. Çin'deki bu yüksek öğrenimin dönüşümünün odağında merkezi kontrol, verimlilik, kurumsal süreçlerin sistemsel yönetimi, karar mekanizmalarını güçlendirme, operasyonel verimliliği artıran akıllı üniversite modelleri daha fazla ortaya çıkıyor. Türkiye'deki dijital kampüs yaklaşımı ise mevcut durumda en azından bugüne kadarki farklı küçük uygulamalar çoğunlukla idari süreçlerin dijitalleşmesi şeklinde mevcut durumda kendini gösteriyor. Uzaktan eğitim ve çevrim içi materyal üretimi gibi böyle sınırlı bir çerçevede kendini gösteriyor daha ziyade. Tabii buna rağmen Türkiye'de de dünyanın farklı yerlerinde de örnek alınabilecek farklı uygulamalar var. FSM örneği için, FSM'de yürüttüğümüz proje için. Örneğin incelediğimiz, ayrıntılarına baktığımız Türkiye'de Sabancı DX ki bu bir kurumsal dijital dönüşüm, eğitim ve yetkinlik geliştirme ekosistemi olarak tanımlanıyor. Yine Amerika'da örneğin işte EDX altyapısından bahsettik. Bunun farklı ülkelerdeki, farklı üniversitelerdeki uygulamaları. Örneğin Stanford Online gibi yüksek kaliteli içerik sunan, ölçeklenebilir çevrim içi öğrenme ve sertifika yaklaşımı sunan. Diğer taraftan Çin'de özellikle Tsinghua University öncülüğünde farklı üniversitelerin daha çok birlikte hareket ederek ve sistemsel yaklaşımla dijital öğrenme, platformlaşma ve sistem entegrasyonu konuları daha fazla öne çıkıyor. Avrupa'da da tabii farklı uygulamalar var ama örneğin ETH, Zürih benzeri kurumlarda gelişmiş dijital öğrenme ve araştırma destekli uygulamalar kendini gösteriyor. Bu yönlü bir dönüşüm farklı örneklerden bahsedilebilir. Tabii daha uzun ve orta vadede ise e, hem FSM'deki bu bahsedilen proje ve dönüşüm hem Türkiye'de uygulanabilecek farklı uygulamalar için orta ve uzun vadede e, projelerin uluslararası görünürlüğü önemli. etki alanlarının büyütülmesi için özellikle. Örneğin bu aşağıda bahsedeceğimiz farklı örnekler, stratejik ağlara, platformlara dahil olma hedefiyle değerlendirilebilir. Bu kapsamda da özellikle örneğin Avrupa'daki Civica projesi gibi üniversite ittifaklarıyla entegrasyon, Çin'de ölçeklenebilir dijital öğrenme ekosistemleri içinde konumlanan e, tam telaffuzunu bilmiyorum ama Huetang X benzeri girişimlerle işbirliği geliştirilebilir. E, ya da Open EDX Amerika'da örneğin yoğun olarak kullanılan EDX altyapısının Türkiye'ye taşınması fikirleri değerlendirilebilir. Veya çok kapsamlı bir projeye dönüşmeyecekse bu tip girişimler COIL gibi uluslararası işbirliklerinin mikro ders bazlı dijital işbirlikleri belki hayata geçirilebilir. Bu noktalarda farklı opsiyonlar, işbirliği alanları değerlendirilebilir gibi geliyor. Tabii bizim bu yürüttüğümüz projenin e, kendi açımızdan proje başarı göstergelerini de ortaya koyduk. Bu performans göstergeleri ya da Key Performance Indicators, BM sürdürülebilir kalkınma amaçları kapsamında benimsenmiş olan izleme ve raporlama yaklaşımıyla özellikle OECD'nin kamu sektörüne dijital dönüşüm ve performans yönetimine ilişkin çerçeveleri dikkate alınarak hazırlanmış. Biz örneğin böyle buna benzer bir KPI seti üzerinden projenin performansını da orta vadede değerlendirme, takip etmeyi düşünüyoruz. Tabii bu projenin ortaya konması, değerlendirilmesi sürecinde ülkeler arasındaki farklılıklar, benzerlikler konusu önemli bir husus. Biz burada da farklı dijital kampüs, uzaktan eğitim modelleri karşılaştırmasını özellikle önemsedik. Burada örneğin özellikle Amerika ve Avrupa'daki farklı dijital kampüs ve extension modelleri, bunların çalışma şekli, örneğin üniversite resmi kayıt gerektirmeden uluslararası katılıma açık biçimde yapılanmalar, işte Stanford Online, MIT, onların EDX'i, Berkeley'in EDX'i, Berkeley X gibi platformlar e, ve ağırlıklı olarak MOOC'lar diye bahsedilen ya da micro credential temelli akademik derece programlarıyla farklılıklar gibi konuları aslında yoğun olarak inceledik uzun bir süre. Ee, tabii bu programların yanı sıra özellikle e, mesela UC Berkeley Extension gibi örnekler, bunlar daha ziyade yaşam boyu öğrenme, mesleki gelişim, yeni beceriler edinme, üniversite onaylı sertifika programları sunan extension modeller de ortada. Bunlarla farklılıklar, benzerlikler ortaya konmalı. Yine biraz önce birkaç örnek üzerinden e, bahsetme fırsatı olan Avrupa'daki University of London Worldwide gibi yapılar, bunlar da farklı akademik derece verebilen dijital kampüs örnekleri olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Bizim kendi modelimizde ya da kendi projemizde spesifik olarak biz tabii bir web sitesi dizaynıyla başladık bu teorik altyapıdan sonra. Üniversitedeki mevcut programları tek bir çatı, özellikle dijital online programlar tabii, tek bir çatı altında toplamayı kararlaştırmıştık. E, Böyle özel bir web adresi ve mevcut durumda başlamış olan dijitalleşme ve yapay zeka, AI üzerine çalıştaylar, konferanslar, bizim çok ses getiren ciddi destekler de alan çalıştaylarımız örneğin dijitalleşme ile ilgili. Farklı eğitim programları ve genel bir dijital kampüs projesi fikri bunun kurumsallaşması yönünde, bunun dışarıyla da paylaşımı, iletişimi ile ilgili. Özellikle bu web sayfası önemli bir fayda sağlamış durumda. Ciddi bir aslında önümüzü açan adım oldu bizim açımızdan. Bununla birlikte tabii kampüste hibrit öğrenim, dijital öğrenimle ilgili farklı sınıflar da oluşturulmaya başlandı. İşte burada farklı uzaktan öğrenimi, uzaktan ders anlatmayı, sertifika programları yürütmeyi sağlayan özellikle hibrit sınıf modelleri görüyoruz. Tüm bunları içeren bir dijital kampüs modelimiz dolayısıyla ortaya çıkmaya başladı. Bunu adım adım uyguluyoruz. Henüz tabii kendi içinde bir kitaplaştırma ya da raporlaştırma sürecini tamamlamadık. Ancak uygulama tarafı büyük bir hızla ilerliyor. Dolayısıyla bizim 1471 yılında 555 yıl önce başlayan o dönemin son teknolojilerini kullanan yenilikçi sanrı seman medreselerinden bugüne gelen ve bugün de artık e, önümüzdeki dönemin ihtiyaçlarına cevap vermeyi hedefleyen bir dijital kampüs projemiz bu bağlamda mevcut. Biz mevcut durumda buna Ayasofya Dijital Kampüs veya Smart Campus da denebilir. İsmi koyduk. Bu projemizi de bu şekilde sizlere sunmuş olalım. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Bilal Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz. Türk katılımcılardan bir soru varsa alabiliriz.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much for the presentation, Doctor. So as far as I can see, we can have only one presenter left, Intihab Rahman Galip. Are you here right now? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we can clearly hear you. So Intihab Rahman Galip is going to present the paper titled Heirloom Effect, Innovation Guilt and Strategic Stagnation in the Third Generation Family Manufacturing Firms. So the floor is yours, Intihab.
Thank you so much. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to give special thanks to the organizing committee of this conference for accepting my paper and giving me the floor opportunity to present my paper in this conference. So my name is MD Intihab Rahman Galib, and I'm a Bangladeshi citizen. And currently I'm pursuing PhD at Xi'an Jiaotong University in China. The title of my paper is The Heirloom Effect, Innovation Guilt and Strategic Stagnation in Third Generation Family Manufacturing Firm. So I'm going to start my presentation. Actually, this research was done based in Bangladesh. I considered Bangladesh to conduct this research, and I considered the Bangladeshi manufacturing firms, especially the SME, small medium enterprises. And what is innovation guild actually? Actually, innovation guild is something like when the owner of the firm, they are reluctant to innovate something because they feel guilty, because the product which was produced by their ancestors, and they're feeling that they shouldn't modify this product. If they innovate, if they modify, then they feel as a feelings, they feel like they're guilty because their ancestors are observing it. It's related to something spiritual feelings. In this research, I considered 30 respondents, and 14 family firms were considered. From 14 family firms, 30 respondents were considered. And if I tell about the method, then it is a qualitative research, thematic analysis. So I conducted interview of 30 respondents from 14 family firms, and it is a qualitative research. So what are the research questions? The first research question is, how does innovation guilt manifest in strategic decision making of third generation CEOs? Second question is, what cognitive, emotional, and ritualistic mechanisms sustain innovation guilt across generations? And the third question is, how do leaders rationalize rejecting radical innovation when financial analysis support it? So these are three major questions of this research. Then if I tell about the theoretical background and research gap, I have to say that this research was conducted based on socio-emotional wealth theory. It is something like when there is no financial constraint, but still due to the socio-emotional connection, there will be a stagnation of innovation. The innovation will not proceed forward. Actually, a dominant framework for family firm conservatism. This theory was proposed by Gomez Mejia et al. At 2007. According to this theory, it treats that socio-emotional wealth as a preference, not an emotional, moral obligation. And cannot explain why generation 3 is more conservative than generation 2, and silent on the role of deceased ancestors. So distinct effect laden mechanism, guilt about betraying founder's legacy. Actually, if the third generation family owners, they think that if they bring any changes, then like it will be like a betray to against the founders. So they don't want to destroy the legacy of the generation 1, their ancestors, those who founded the farm, those who produced the product. That's the main thing. They feel that it will be a betrayal, and they don't want to destroy the legacy. So on the other hand, it is kind of backward looking, like it is not, the innovation guild happened because they are not futuristic. The third generation, the family farm owners who are third generation, belong to the third generation, they actually they are conservative because they want to maintain the legacy of their forefathers or their ancestors. Actually, it's culturally amplified in ancestor venerating societies. It's very common in Bangladesh in family business farms. So here we can see that innovation guild, it is the temporal focus of innovation guild. It is past, ancestral, and the moral weight is very high. So they want to keep up the morality. That's why they don't want to conduct the innovation. And then research methodology. Actually, this research is interpretivist epistemology based. That means it is something that the people, the third generation family owners, they stick to the history, context, and something like this, and they are not futuristics. So it's a qualitative inductive design. Semi-structures interviews were designed, like each were interviewed for about 60 to 19 minutes. The interview was conducted in Bengali language by native speaker. Then it was translated to English language. The interview was conducted between January to June 2023. If I tell about the sampling, then it was purposive sampling. 14 family manufacturing SMEs were taken into consideration, and these SMEs consist of 50 to 250 employees and non-tech sectors, especially jute, leather, ceramics, and packaging food. 30 respondents were interviewed for this research paper. If I tell about the analysis, then in phase one to 2, familiarization and initial coding using the NVivo software. Phase 3 to 4, the template development was done, 82% intercoder agreement. Phase 5 to 6, final coding and interpretation. and member checking with 5 respondents. Reflexivity journal kept throughout. Theme 1, what is artifact idolatry? Actually, it's like physical products, machines from generation 1 are treated as quasi-sacred object. That means it is very sacred with the product which was invented by the generation 1. Altering them is experienced as a moral violation. That's the main reason that the generation 3 family farm owners, they don't want to take the innovation initiatives. Here we can see that a percentage, it is the untouchable product. Out of 30 respondents, 27, they don't want to touch the products which was produced by their ancestors. The immortal machine, actually out of 30 respondents, 11 respondents, they told that the machines are immortal. It's something like a spiritual belief. And the belief like which was told by their ancestors, that's why the stagnation in innovation happened. And museums as boardrooms, like strategic meetings held in Heritage Corner. So 8 firms tell something like this. They conduct their strategic meetings in the Heritage Corner. So one of the CEO of a firm told that that wallet is like it is a leather producing farm. Leather made different products, like made from leather, like wallet, bag, or something like this. So the CEO of that firm told that that wallet is not a product; it is a signature. You cannot change someone's signature. So like they have firm belief that these products are relevant to their ancestors, and it is very, very difficult or tough, or they're unwilling to change it. Theme 2, reverse ancestor respect. Definition. Actually, the fear of posthumous judgment. A deceased founder is psychologically present. It is their belief that if they are dead, the founders of the product are dead, but they're still present. Exerting veto power over innovation decisions of the living. So we can see that the ancestral gaze, out of 30 respondents, 18 belongs to ancestral gaze. The disappointment dream, out of 30 respondents, 12 told that they have disappointment dream, like dreams of founder expressing disapproval used to cancel project even at cost of major orders. Out of 30 respondents, 15 they told that the imaginary dialogues with founders simulate their responses systematically biased toward conservatism. So theme 3 is like strategic self-sabotage, active rejection of promising innovation to preserve moral purity. So to protect the moral purity, they are unwilling to bring innovation in the product. So here we can see that out of 30 respondents, 17 told that they refused external consultants even when offered free of charge. So it is very clear that there is no financial constraints. So if they are offered that the outside experts or consultants will be provided to develop your product for innovation, but still they refused because they want to keep up their legacy of their ancestors. So here we can see that it shows where high potential projects killed. We can see that like family disagreement, take uncertainty, financial risk. These are not the major factor. The major factor is guilt. Guilt means like dishonor of founder. That is the main reason they don't want to bring innovation in the product, and it is very common in family-owned farms in Bangladesh. So here it is another theme like generation guilt transfer, how it is transferred. Like generation 1 founder creates the legacy, and the legacy is transferred to generation 3 CEO, internalizes guilt, and generation 3 socializes, and generation 4 successors, and generation 4 inherits amplified guilt. So the guilt became stronger whenever it is transferred to generation 4 of the family owners. And here it is a conceptual model how innovation guild works. Actually, we can see that generational distance, generation 1 to generation 3, ancestor veneration culture, founder mythologization, physical artifact retention, lack of generation 1 direct relationship. This is one of the major reasons that there is a gap between generation 1 and generation 3. They don't have the direct contact. So that's why the innovation guilt happened. So there are three major mechanisms. One is artifact idolatry. If artifact is redesigned or re-innovated, then it will be considered as idolatry. Reverse ancestral respect, so they respect the ancestors. That's why they're unwilling. Strategic self-sabotage. So what is the outcome? Outcome is like it's clear that the innovation actually doesn't happen. It becomes stable. So what are the contribution? The theoretical contribution of this paper is it introduces innovation guilt as a new empirically documented construct. And this paper extend socio emotional wealth theory with a temporal emotional dimension. And it proposes this non-linear guilt curve across generation and adds artifact anchorage as a SEW dimension. And methodological contribution is like as it was validated semi-structured protocol for guilt elicitation without distress, and two-phase thematic template analysis with member checking, 82% agreement. So this is methodological contribution. And practical contribution is like for CEUs, externalize the guilt, use realized rituals, involve generation 4 early. So it suggests what the generation 4 fourth generation of the family-owned farms, what kind of initiative they should adopt so that they can ensure that there is enough innovation for the growth of their farm. So it also suggests that advisors that identify sacred objects and frame change as loyal to intent. Limitation. Actually, this was conducted based on Bangladesh only, single country. I considered only non-tech manufacturing firms, and retrospective self reports, possible post hoc rationalization, small sample, only 30. So non-longitudinal data, these are some of the limitations. So what about the future research agenda? So future research can be conducted based on quantitative scale. Cross-cultural study can be conducted. Generational comparison, like compare between among generation 1 and generation 2, 3, or 4. And interactive RCT, test legacy reframing workshop versus control and IGS scores and project initiation rates. So these are some of the future research directions. And in conclusion, I would like to say that family businesses do not fail because they forget their founders. They fail because they remember them too well, too rigidly, and too guiltily. The goal is not to forget, but to remember differently. Innovation guilt is real, empirically documented, and distinct from socio-emotional wealth. It operates through artifact idolatry, ancestral gaze, and self-sabotage. And addressing IG requires emotional and ritualistic interventions, not just business tools. So that's all from my side. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, Intihab. Is it part of your presentation, by the way?
Sorry?
Is it your PhD dissertation, by the way?
No, it is not my it's not my PhD dissertation. I am also working on some other papers, so it is one of my project work. So my research direction is innovation, entrepreneurship, and strategy. And actually, I'm working on how tacit knowledge impacts architectural innovation. This is my PhD thesis, and I'm working on this dissertation.
Best of luck with your
Most welcome.
dissertation as well, Intihab. Thank you so much for this presentation. Are there any questions for this wonderful presentation? Okay, I guess there are no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Intihab.
Most welcome.
So are there anybody waiting on the line to present their work? Am I missing any presentation? Okay, so I guess with that, we are just going to formally close the session 1B. Thank you all for the great participation and presentations and wonderful works. Have a nice one.
Morning, everyone. So we'll start our 11 a.m. session, the virtual session, session 2C on financial markets and knowledge economy in about a minute. Just one more minute for others to join us. Okay, welcome once again to our virtual financial markets and knowledge economy session. We have about 6 presentations from different parts of the world. And I'm happy to be moderating this panel together. Let me start with the first presentation. I see we have one of the presenters here. At least we had a few minutes ago. So I will just start with the first one by Murat Işıker and Abdul Latif Al Ahmad. And they will be presenting their paper on testing the validity of KPM during the geopolitical tensions with evidence from Kuwaiti stocks amid this recent Iran conflict. If we have the presenters, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Bilal. I think I have a problem with my camera. I'm not sure what is the problem, but I think you cannot see me. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Let me share my screen. I apologize for the camera issue. It was working for a while and it stopped suddenly. So let me share my screen. Please let me know if you can see it.
It looks good. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor. So I would like to express my gratitude to all of you, all the participants. So today I will be presenting the validity of KPM, especially during the conflict period that we have recently experienced. I prepared this presentation with my student, Abdul Latif Al Ahmed. So let me just tell you from the story of this study. I was teaching, portfolio management class, undergraduate class, and Abdul Latif is one of my students in that class. So during this recent conflict, we were giving online sessions, and it was a KPM model during that session, and we decided to let's test it. So let's bring the theory into the life, and let's see what happens during this conflict area. So I'm from American International University, Kuwait, and just to remind you as well, this is kind of a in progress work, so it is not completed yet. So we have just preliminary results, and we are eager to develop it with your comments as well. So why this study important, especially for Kuwait? We know that Kuwait is heavily dependent on oil production, and majority of the government revenue is coming from the oil income. And we know that during this conflict period, the oil production significantly has dropped. So like 50% of the oil production is no longer the case. And there was kind of a fact from the major news agencies. So Kuwait experienced zero export in April 2026. So this is a major issue for a country which is heavily depending on oil revenue. And we know that it is kind of a subsidy economy. So it subsidized the education, health, food industry, and the most of the public spending is not coming from the taxation, but it's coming from oil income. So we can understand how important is the oil income and oil export for the economy. So what we can expect that because of this situation, most likely the stock market should crash, or it can create a huge volatility in the market. But when we see the performance during the crisis, we see unlike results, unlike then the expectations. Banking sector is doing quite good, but energy sector is down around 1%. But all share index market is doing just fine, unlike the initial expectations. So this is like this graph is showing that the starting period was here, 24th of February. Of course, it was like end of the February, but this is the market close date, available trading day closing. So we assume that the event started here. And we see a kind of a drop in the initial stages. Then it went up when there was kind of a positive news about the conflict. And as of 14th of May, we see a kind of a positive return in Kuwaiti stock market, which is called Borsa Kuwait. Let's talk about the reasons why we have kind of a positive reaction. It's not positive reaction. It's kind of a positive return at the end. But you expect more, you expect a huge drop in a country, an oil-dependent country. What can be the reasons for stability? For instance, we see that Kuwaiti stock market is not really open to foreign investors. So only like 15% of the stocks are owned by the foreigners. So it is kind of a local dominant stock market. And from the beginning of the conflict, the Central Bank of Kuwait provide kind of a flexibility for reserve requirement and also for credit limits of some small companies were a little bit relaxed. And they took kind of a precautionary measures when during the conflict period. And also we know that their banking system is quite important and it is quite strong. So capital adequacy ratio is around like 19%, more than the certain criteria. And also we know that Kuwait has a strong wealth fund. So the market cap or market value of the wealth fund is estimated like $1 trillion nowadays. So even if they stop selling oil today, they will not. Of course, they will care about it, but they can. I think they can survive like 10 years without any revenues, because it is estimated to receive kind of a 5% annual return, so which makes like $50 billion. So they still have something to survive, definitely. So these kind of things can be shown as kind of a stability reasons. What we will do, as I said, it is kind of a preliminary results, and we are trying to develop the paper. What we are doing essentially, we are trying to guess this beta. So for those who are familiar with capital asset pricing model, we are trying to calculate the expected return of an asset by using a risk-free rate. So we are assuming that what if we are not investing in risky assets, so our revenue or our, let's say, expected return will be only risk-free rate. But if you are investing in a risky asset, so you need to ask for kind of extra premium, which is shown here as beta and excess return of the market. So essentially what we will do, we are going to test whether this beta in this kind of geopolitical events changes or not. I just want to give a small detail about beta. So what beta is actually a standard measure. So when you have beta equals to 1, so you know that the stock is moving as the market. If beta is more than 1, it is kind of a more, let's say, sensitive to market moves. And if it is less than 1, it is less sensitive to market moves. So why this is important? We set our research question as the geopolitical tensions. Do they create kind of a change of this systematic risk in Kuwait or in Kuwaiti stock market or not? So we just compare the prior to the conflict period and post the conflict period or during the conflict period, and we try to measure if there is kind of a statistical change on the betas overall. And why this matters? Because we know that systematic risk is representing the country risk. So it is not like idiosyncratic, it is not firm-specific risk. So we will test how the CAPM model or how the parameters of CAPM model are showing validity during this kind of conflict periods. CAPM assumes that the beta shouldn't change, so it needs to be fixed or constant over time. But let's see what we found from our preliminary results. We have some kind of supporting literature review. Some of them are talking about geopolitical risk creates kind of a shock and in the systematic risk, and it changes the systematic risk. And some of them are just saying that there's kind of a structural break when there are kind of macroeconomic events like regime changes. Let me talk about the data that we had for this analysis. We started with 108 firms, but due to some problems with the data, like insufficient data, or we had some kind of extreme values or NIV IPOs, we removed some of them, and we had at the end 76 firms during the analysis. So we used 5 years for testing this case. We concentrated on the post area, which is the first day of March, and before that date. So we have like 49 daily returns for the post-event period, and we have like 5 years period for the estimation period. So we compared the companies, the beta of the companies, how they were doing before and after. And also for risk-free rate, Kuwait does not have too many bonds issues. So we cannot have like continuous RF for Kuwait, for Kuwait. So we took here central bank discount rate as a kind of a proxy, and we calculated the daily RF. So we used this formula to make them daily. And these are like preliminary findings. We compare the 1 year beta, which means going back 1 year from the beginning of the crisis, and we compare the post-crisis beta, and it is a significant, which has kind of a positive difference. So when we see beta crisis is more than the 1 year beta, which is the prior beta of the conflict period, so we see that kind of an increase in the beta, which is a significant increase. And we tested for the long-term beta as well, and it still gives us kind of an increase during this period, which is kind of a sign, kind of a market sensitivity increase during this conflict. And as I said, like this is a kind of a preliminary evidence. It is still work in progress paper, and we will try to improve it with another details in both in methodology and in type of like maybe we can expand the country size as well. We can take all GCC countries to test during this conflict. And by the way, the conflict still has not ended. We can still, in the period of, let's say, analysis, maybe we can extend the days more than 49 days. We didn't only compare the 1 year beta and 5 year beta. We just check 2 years prior the conflict period, 3 years prior to conflict period, and for all cases, we see that during the crisis period, the beta, there is kind of an increase in beta, which is kind of a significant results statistically. And to just finalize my presentation, we see kind of a normally the assumption of CAPM, capital asset pricing model, is the beta shouldn't change over time. Yeah, so the assumption is stable. We have constant risk parameters, which seems that they are not holding in this case when we have kind of a regional crisis. And they became kind of more volatile, or let's say the individual firms or individual stocks becomes more sensitive to kind of shocks like we have. Of course, we have some kind of limitations here. First of all, we are assuming that the historical prices, or let's say historical data, will lead us to say something about future, but we see some kind of changes in the future, let's say results, by using historical data, which is one of the drawbacks of CAPM model, because it is heavily relying on the historical data. And definitely, if you are just relying on historical data, it can create kind of a mispricing calculations, because we just saw that initially saw that the beta cannot be stable over time, especially during this kind of conflicts. So I have some references. As I told you in the beginning, this is still in progress paper, so we will develop it in different aspects. And thank you so much for listening me.
Thank you, Murat Hocam. I had a question about your risk-free rate, but you already answered that. So I'll just accept that explanation. But do we have any other question, comment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. So I'll move to our next presenter, Ahmet Lökçe from International Balkan University, and he will talk about measuring capacity of interest-free finance in the Baltic region with structural advantages, institutional constraints, and efficiency prospects. Ahmet Hocam, floor is yours.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank all parties, all participants, and my topic is measuring the capacity of interest-free finance in the Baltic region. This is very new perspective and approach. And also the second part of the title is structural advantages, institutional constraints, and efficiency prospects. So interest-free finance has evolved into a globally recognized financial architecture driven by increasing demands for ethical risk sharing and interest-free finance. While Islamic finance has reached institutional maturity in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, the European experience is concentrated primarily in the United Kingdom and select Western European markets. By constructs, the Baltic region, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania has not yet developed institutional interest-free finance, but yes.
Do you want to share your slides, or you want to just go ahead like this?
No, I have no any slides.
Okay.
And
that's
just
fine.
presenting my topic by conversation style. And by construct the Baltic region, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania has not yet developed institutional interest-free finance, but presents distinct regulatory, macroeconomic, and digital advantages that merit empirical investigations. This study evaluates, my paper evaluates the potential capacity, structural advantages, and efficiency prospects of interest-free financial deployment in the Baltic countries by integrating financial intermediation theory with econometric efficiency measurement models. There is a potential in that region. By the way, the Baltic financial systems are characterized by highly digitalized banking infrastructures, strong EU regulatory alignments, and Eurozone monetary integration, and increasing fintech-driven financial inclusions. Conventional finance environments, at the same time, growing the Baltic financial systems are characterized, also we mentioned this one. The conditions form a technological advanced but institutionally conventional finance environment. At the same time, growing European investor interest in sustainability, ethical investment, and ESG compliant instruments provides a structural opportunity for introducing sukuk, interest-free digital banking, and risk-sharing financial models. This research employs a mixed empirical strategy based on panel macro financial data in between 2000 and 2024 from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, combined with data involvement analysis and stochastic frontier analysis to measure the efficiency frontier of the banking sector under hypothetical interest-free financial development. The theoretical foundation relies on the financial intermediation model of risk-sharing institutions and the efficiency stability relationship established in Islamic banking studies. Primarily, results indicate the Baltic banks operate at relatively high technical efficiency levels compared to Eastern European countries, but below Scandinavian standards. When the model simulates asset-based and risk-sharing financial structures, efficiency gains range from 2.5% to 5.8%, depending on country and period. These effects are driven not by religious demands and also by the reduced dependency on interest rate fluctuations and the risk-sharing structure that reduces credit concentration risk. The greatest hypothetical efficiency gains occur in Estonia, consistent with its advantaged fintech penetration and digital identity systems. Potential structural advantages for interest-free finance in the Baltics includes, first, regulatory harmonization with EU directives, making legal adaptation easier than in non-EU emerging markets. And the second one, high digitalization and fintech readiness, enabling low-cost deployments of interest-free banking models. And the third one, institutional investor appetite for ethical and ESG-aligned assets. This is also crucial because there is no any familiar examples under the concept of interest-free finance or ethical finance, including green sukuk and impact finance bonds and others. And the fourth one, existing policy frameworks for non alternative finance, supporting crowdfunding and peer-to-peer structures that mirror murabaha-like risk-sharing mechanisms and others. However, structural constraints remain significant. The absence of tax neutrality legislation, lack of Sharia governance boards, and low public awarenesses represents the most immediate institutional barriers. So without regulatory adjustments, Sukuk insurance would face double taxation. This is also a risky area and dilemma for the issue. So that should be aligned according to existing rules. And as asset transfers are traded as two separate sales under standard EU tax codes, the geopolitical context also affects the feasibility of interest-free capital flows in the region. Baltic integration with EU and NATO frameworks encourages transparency and regulatory stability, yet it limits potential direct Islamic investments inflows from countries facing European sanctions, including Iran and other Gulf countries. So the efficiency dimension of interest to the literature banks are very new for the region. So, however, in the new markets, especially digital first market, interest-free finance may generate efficiency gains because it bypasses conventional interest-free pricing mechanisms and instead prices return based on assets performance. In highly digitalized, low population Baltic economies, this structural mechanism represents a measurable financial innovation opportunity. The study contributes at the last part. Also, I will mention and close the session for my site. The study contributes to Nordic and European econometric literature in three ways. First, it introduces a simulation-based efficiency measurement framework to quantify interest-free financial potential, a simulation potential in a non-Muslim European financial system. This is also important. The second one, it identifies macro institutional indicators that determine whether interest-free finance can function as an ethical finance segments beyond religious demographics. And the third one, it offers forward-looking policy positions grounded in empirical efficiency outcomes rather than normative arguments. The findings suggest that although the Baltic region does not currently represent a natural Islamic finance market, but there is a potential. Structural efficiency gains and fintech-driven implementations capacity provide measurable potential for interest-free finance to emerge as a niche ethical finance segment. This is also another perspective to creating some niche ethical financial environment, creating financial environments. And future empirical work should combine micro-level bank data with structural VRA model to measure systemic risk reduction under profit and loss sharing instruments. So my presentations is ending with these words. If you have any questions, also we can, or also your critics, we can discuss on that.
Thank you, Ahmet Hoca. Thank you. And do we have any questions, comments? Okay, let me move to our next presentation by Professor Bova from the University of Warsaw. And he will be talking about character, power, and survival, and agent-based analysis of economic inclusiveness in decentralized markets. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm sharing the slides. Here it is. I'm confident you can see now. Okay, so this is the title is slightly different because it's a work in progress, but the content is the same. This is a work I prepared with Leonardo Becchetti from the University of Tor Vergara. The title is "Do Character Affect Economic Inclusiveness?" And now basically the idea behind this paper is do generative characters, so virtuous characters, affect economic inclusiveness in decentralized markets? Well, the hypothesis that we do is that they do, then we validate, we test this hypothesis with an agent-based model. And the first consequence that would follow such an hypothesis is that, well, if this is true, then economic policies is not only about incentives, it's also about cultivating generative virtues characters. Now, the protagonists are two. First of all, characters. In economics, we intend as characters those disposition, preferences, and habits which are embodied in the agents and which affect their economic decisions, such as pricing, buying, and consuming. Well, economic inclusiveness is basically the share of individuals with which have access to adequate living standards, which follows Athenian tradition. So what we want to see if characters do affect economic inclusiveness. This is relevant at least for two reasons. The first one is that we are living in a society, at least I'm talking about the Western world, or that is constantly increasing its productivity, its technology, but despite that, inequality and poverty rate is increasing. So we are living in an economic of abundance, but we see increase in poverty rates, in exclusion. So we must dig into this, understand what's going on, and we point to the role of characters. And the second reason why it's relevant is theoretical. Now we always start from the welfare theorem, which says that agents free to trade achieve a Pareto efficient outcome. But what this theorem does, it was developed in an epoch where it was impossible to have a very complex model, very complex computational model. So we had a set of assumptions such as the fact that characters, that agents were all selfish profit maximizer. We needed equilibrium, we had no path dependence. All these elements can be left aside once we employ an agent-based model. And in particular, it allows us to test what happens in the decentralized interactions once we introduce heterogeneous characters, not only the selfish utility maximizer. This is so that the definition of generative or virtuous agents is based on the idea of power. So basically, every time we have market power, but also other type of power such as productivity. So every time we can extract surplus from a decentralized interactions, well, we are not forced to do that. We can decide to do it. So what we say is that if an agent is generative, then it decides not to leverage on such a power, such as, for instance, oligopolist, monopolist. While an extractive agent is willing to do that. So is willing to use its power in order to extract surplus for its own sake. This is also connected for many, but I have no time to enter in this. So what we did next? Well, we took a set of features which create the character of agent, define the character of the agents. Those are heuristic rules because characters have slow to change characteristics. So we included, first of all, the pricing rules. Agents may be gain seekers, so basically profit maximizer, or be willing to maximize the quantity they sell, or just apply a price that allow them to reproduce their living standards to maintain the production. I will skip merit in this presentation. They can also have different buying rules, by the lower price, by from those who have the lower income or the lower consumption. So we also included some pro-social rules. And then at the end, also we introduced rules for consumption, basically about how fast the consumptions adapts to abundance. Agents may be temperate, so have a slow adaptation, prefer not to immediately consume what they have, or intemperance, so they have a fast adaptation. The the model we developed follow these steps. Each agent has a certain productivity, which is assigned randomly at the beginning. Then at each cycle, they set a price according to their pricing rules. Then they move, they find the closest player. We limit their possibility to have trading only with the nearest partners in order to introduce a certain degree of limited competition and some power. So they apply their rules to select the buyer, then they consume, and wherever they consume enough, so above the minimum living standard threshold, we say they are included. Otherwise, we say that they have been excluded, and in this way we measure how much this the role of characters for economic inclusiveness. We did in particular two tests. So we took in account homogeneous market and mixed markets. Homogeneous markets are markets which have only one type of characters. So only agents with the very same characters interact each other. And then we have a mixed market where heterogeneous characters, so different characters, interact in the same market. Looking to the various combinations in homogeneous market, this plot summarizes the main results. We have two dots. The first dot on the left is where the economy reached 75% of inclusiveness, which means 25% have been excluded. And the second dot tells us in which moment of the time we reach 25% of inclusiveness, so the 75% have been excluded. Now, looking from the top to the bottom, we can see that extractive characters, so those, as you can see, looking for profit, looking for gain, are those which make a very fast exclusion in the economy. They reduce very fast inclusiveness. While the more we move towards zero markup, toward those who are not seeking for any gain, to exploit their position, so that generative agents, virtuous agents, we have inclusiveness, which basically stands forever. So we have not exclusion, or we have a more limited exclusion. So the first conclusion is that indeed generative characters allow for longer and sustainable inclusion in the market, while extractive characters do not. In this plot, you can see hybrid markets, so where heterogeneous characters interact. And well, what you can see is the opposite, in the sense that extractive characters, those looking for profit, for gain, endures more. They survive longer. They're included in economies for a longer period, while generative characters are excluded first. And the reason is that extractive characters tend to extract, to exploit, first of all, generative characters. So the generatives are excluded, the extractive remains. But once only extractive character remains, they also exclude each other. So the economy again collapses to a low inclusive economy. So those are the key results. We should have generative characters because generative characters allow for high inclusiveness. We should have, insofar as we care about inclusiveness, clearly. In mixed markets, however, it is convenient to be extractive because this allows for a longer survival, which means that, well, agents may selfishly decide to be extractive to guarantee their survival. So we have, in this sense, a problem, a paradox, if you want. But in any case, characters do matter for the outcome of aggregate economic results, which is a clear insight after, let's say, to evolve for the classic result of welfare theory, which are not path dependent, do not take into account what happens over a long set of interactions. So the key consequence is that, well, we have reasons to believe that we should keep working to introduce character cultivation as economic policy. Economic results are not neutral with respect to characters. So economic policy is also about cultivating characters. It's also about cultivating virtues. So the question switch for us from do characters affect economic inclusiveness to how character affect economic inclusiveness, how can we cultivate characters? I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, I will be happy to listen.
Thank you so much, Professor Bova. Do we have any question or comment? Okay, that means we're ready for our next presentation. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
And our next presenters will be on the extent of challenge of existing tax frames on operation of Islamic banking and takaful in Tanzania, a joint work by Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri, Ramantani Mashaki Shabani from Zaim University, and Mustafa Omar Muhammad from Al-Qasimiyya University.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Ramadani Mashaka Shabani, a PhD candidate from Sabahatini Zaim University in Turkey. I'm going to present this topic, the extent of challenge of the existing tax framework on the operation of Islamic banking and takaful in Tanzania. I'll be together with my co-author, Dr. Muhammad Sharif Al-Amri and Dr. Mustafa Omar Mohammed. The context of this study, it was to make the analysis of laws and regulation managing Islamic finance industry in Tanzania. Basically, we look the side of taxations. So as a Tanzania, the Islamic bank and takaful has expanded rapidly. We have witnessed the first introduction of Islamic financial service in the year 2008. During that time, the laws and regulations in practice were the conventional laws that was established before the emergence of Islamic banking in the country. So the issue with this law that is grounded with the concept of interest-based transaction and not asset-based transaction. This brings the physical friction in the industry that the Islamic financial industry failed to utilize its physical commodity trade and partnership transaction, and it's affected with different issues like VAT, stamp duty, and even profits misclassification. moving from the structural indifference to Sharia neutrality to ensure the alternative banking, customer need to pay more tax than conventional borrowers. So if we look at the Tanzania physical landscape, the Ministry of Finance and Planning is responsible for all physical matters in the country, and through other bodies such as the Bank of Tanzania, which is the central bank, also the Tanzania Revenue Authorities, and the Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority. These are the boards that are responsible for overseeing the financial matters, including banking and finance, as well as Takafu. So in the year 2008, when the central bank approved the operation of Islamic Bank, there were not any legal or regulatory were provided for the operation of this industry. So the bank was operating under the conventional laws that were sometimes bring some issues. Also, when the first time the Takafu was approved in the country, it was 2022. Also, the Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority tried to issue the regulations that provide the duties of Sharia compliant insurance, although that law will still have some issues. So the objective of this study was to assess the current Tanzania tax framework capacity to accommodate Islamic banking and Takafu, focusing on the legal compatibility. Also, to assess the impact of existing taxation on the competitiveness of Islamic banking and Takafu in Tanzania, also examining the extent to which the structure of tax provision affect the banking and Takafu products and service. And lastly was to propose a reform toward tax neutrality and inclusivity. So this study employed the qualitative method by different approach. The first one, it was a legal and statutory review that involved the reviewing the laws and the Tanzania Revenue Authority, such as the Income Tax Act, Value-Added Tax, Stamp Duty, and other related regulations. Also, it was comparing the Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority's Takafu guidelines and those under the conventional guideline, as well as the provision of social and security that's managing the industry. The second, it was comparative analysis that was made to study the other country practice on Islamic finance, how they run the industry and how the industry is structured. So we make the analysis from Malaysia, UK, and Australia to see how their industry is operating. And lastly, it was an empirical evaluation. This involved the interview with the practitioners of the industry, that including those under regulatory sides and those are under operation side, which means that the Ministry of Finance and their Revenue Authority staff, together with Islamic and finance staffs, to share their opinion in the challenge they're facing in their operations. So in our study, we found that there are some operational challenges that are faced by both sides, the side of operators and the side of regulators. The first one is systematic misclassifications. This has happened when the regulatory authority failed to classify the transaction on the respective criteria. Sometimes they misclassify the profits and the capital gain and other incomes, and they mix it with other expenses. So there's confusion that which one is income and which one is expenses, which one is need to be taxed and which one is not supposed to be taxed. Also, there are challenge of excessive documentation. For example, some structures, they need a justification. For example, the structure for Murabaha. The structure of Murabaha, when the customer takes the financing from the bank, it requires the bank to provide the evidence, the extra document compared to conventional counterpart that is going to justify the practice of Murabaha in each transaction and to declare which one is expenses and which one is incomes that need to be taxed. Also, there are challenge of education, the education and awareness in comparison to both sides, because most of the parts of tax regulators, they are aware of tax laws, which is clear defining the transaction under the conventional concepts. But in the side of operators, most of them, they are aware of Islamic bank industry, how it operates. So there's a gap between this side to match their experience on what they can interact and what they can agree to be taxed and what not to be taxed. The another issue is administrative delay, because in each transaction, each submission of transaction, it shows that there's not a transaction that can go clear without having clarifications. So whenever there are a submission of returns, the banks and financial institutions, they're supposed to explain, to be clear all of their transactions, so which leads to extra work and administrative burdens. Another challenge, it's appear in competitiveness of the industry compared to the conventional counterparts. So we found that there are problem of price inflation, because when it happened, like the transaction, some of the transaction like Mudaraba, which attracts multiple VAT and stamp duties during the transfer of ownership, most of banks, they transfer this cost to the final customer, the one who seeks finance. So it makes the financing practice more expensive compared to the conventional counterpart. So in one way, it makes the Islamic bank to fail to compete with the conventional counterpart. Also, like I said before, the issue of documents, there are issue of compliance surcharge, which significance of ahead from extensive documentation and regulatory justification is passed directly to the consumer as a pricing premium. Lastly is unfair competitions. Conventional products enjoy physical neutrality that Islamic window are currently denied, shifting market demand toward debt financing. So most of customers, in one way or another, they end up preferring to use conventional finance rather than using Islamic finance due to the physical neutrality that's available to the conventional finance. When we compare the global best practice of the industry to see how other countries operate and how they tax their transaction in Islamic finance. For example, in Malaysia, there are some acts, including the VAT, stamp duty, and income tax also, they just give them relief for the transaction. When the transaction that is approved, that is conducted for financing purpose, if it is Mudaraba, Ijara, or Musharak, or whatever the transaction it is, there are only one event of a taxation. So, for example, if Murabaha require the bank to purchase the assets and sell to the customer. So for the tax purpose, they will only count the one tax event and not in every tax event when the asset is transferred. Also in United Kingdom, they have the Finance Act issued in year 2005 and 2007 that they provided the alternative financial legislation that it give favors to Islamic financial transaction not to attract the multiple events of taxation. Also, the concept of substance over form as introduced in OECD countries that request the financial institution to declare the transaction as it is intended later than how the transaction appear in the financial statement. So this helped the tax authority to reclassify the transaction based on its true economic effects rather than how the transaction seems to be in the papers and the practice. So what is required? What is supposed to be done to solve the challenges of the taxation in Islamic banking? So this is the road to Sharia neutrality. The first one is recommended that there's a need for legislative reform, which may extend from recognizing how the Islamic financial institution operates. So there are some amendments can be done or revision on stamp duties, the VAT Act, as well as the Income Tax Act. They can be revised. Also, the adoption of AAO-IC adoption, which may help to codify international accounting standards to harmonize reporting and reduce regulatory fragmentation. Also, there's a need for a capacity building, which will enable the establishment of specialized Islamic finance unit within these regulatory bodies, such as Ministry of Finance and the Tanzania Revenue Authority, to ensure consistent expert handling of audits. So, which means that the people who will be responsible for handling the issue of taxation of Islamic banks is supposed to be aware of both parties, the awareness of taxation and the awareness of Islamic banking. Also, the inclusive strategies that will help to shift the tax policy from indifference to inclusion to support the national economic objectives and to reduce the number of unbanking population. In conclusion, we say that without tax neutrality, ethical finance remains a luxury item for the elites, undermining the Tanzania's broader national financing inclusion goals. So for this, I thank you for listening, and this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ramatani, for this Tanzanian perspective. Very interesting presentation. Do we have any question, comment? Let me move to our next presenters, and they will be talking about leveraging smart PLS software to analyze entrepreneurial intentions to accept Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. And our presenters will be Tashkent State University's Rukitin Zainatdinov and Prince Sultan University's Alam Asadov. Rukitin, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, the organizers and participants. Also, Dr. Bilal Hojam, thank you for having me in such a great conference. So my voice, I guess it's going well, right? And also presentation is visible. Am I right?
Yes, we do see your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Bilal Hocam. And our topic is the leveraging smart PLS software to analyze the entrepreneurial intention to accept Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. And nowadays, the Islamic finance is increasing dramatically in not only Uzbekistan, but also in the world. And that's why to learn the key factors to drive the Islamic finance, accepting Islamic finance in country is very important. That's why we try to learn what kind of factors driving to entrepreneurs' intention to accept Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. That's why now you can see on the table some existing scholars, scientific works we listed, and not only from this existing literature, but also from the other researchers. We selected the main factors which is playing important role to drive the entrepreneurs' intention to accept Islamic finance. And also we have used the Delphi method study in 2024 by Ruhiddin Zaindinov and Alam Asadov, and to mostly conducting the interviews with experts, scholars in the Islamic finance field. And from the Delphi method study, we found that there is not only the regulation and also religious obligation, awareness and knowledge about Islamic finance and also cost of Islamic finance, but also there is another important factor, which is the legislation can be the crucial factor for driving the entrepreneurs' intention to accept Islamic finance. And from this slide, you can see that there is a practice of the Islamic financing in Uzbekistan starts from the 2004. Mostly it's the financing of the Islamic Development Bank Group, such as the ICD, Islamic Development Bank itself, and ITFC. ITFC's financial resource directed directly or indirectly within the commercial banks, all the directly investing in the not only business sector, but mostly in state-owned projects. So on the table, there is given the sectors of the Islamic investment projects in Uzbekistan within between the 2024 and the 2025. And mostly you can see that the sector direct or the Islamic financing mostly involved in the agriculture, financing, energy, water and sanitation, city services, and healthcare. All of them mostly state-owned projects financed by Islamic Development Bank. On this slide, you can see the commercial banks that ITFC and ICD financed the business sectors within the commercial banks. So now there is more than 15 commercial banks offer the Islamic financing for the business sectors. And on this table, it shows the institutions. Islamic Financial Services offers Islamic financial services in Uzbekistan. So there is more than 20 Islamic financing institutions. All of them, like a microfinancing company or the takaful companies, and also investment companies. But there is no still Islamic banks because of the not existing the legislation related to Islamic banks. Fortunately, on 27 March, the government of Uzbekistan implemented law related to Islamic banks. After the 3 months, we can open up the Islamic banks in Uzbekistan. So in order to learn the demand for Islamic finance in Uzbekistan, the United Nations Development Program conducted the survey through the 27 banks, 100% via correspondence, and physical individuals was the 4,938, so 100% online, and the entrepreneurs 2,235, which is the big simple size. So from the conducted survey in 2020, so you can see that there is a key factor shows the religious beliefs, the entrepreneurs and population not using the financial resource because of their religious beliefs. It shows the 30%. So the reasons for not using financial services. It shows that there is a big demand for Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. And another question showed that when the respondents asked about do not using conventional bank loans due to religious beliefs, it showed that individuals, 56% of them not using the conventional bank loans because of the religious beliefs. And business representatives showed 38% of them not using conventional bank loans because of religious beliefs. And another last question, when asked from the respondents, they expressed their willingness to choose Islamic finance if there is any offers for the Islamic financing. So the individual showed that 75% of them is ready for using Islamic finance if there is any, let's say, Islamic financial institutions to offer. And business representatives, 61% showed they're also ready for using Islamic financing. From the demand also, we are planning to conduct this survey. So in 2024, with Alam Asadov, we conducted survey to learn the entrepreneurs' intention to accept Islamic finance. For the 305 entrepreneurs participated as respondents in the survey. From the survey result, we implemented the PLSM modeling. So for the modeling, we have selected the awareness and knowledge, religious obligation, business support, legislation, and perceived behavior control as independent variables for influencing to entrepreneurs' intention to adopt Islamic financing. From the figure first, you can see conceptual framework our the study. So five hypotheses we have developed, and from this table you can see the diagnostic or data analysis tests. For the first step, we checked the model in measurement model evaluation, which is called author model. For this conversion validity and discriminant validity we used. And this, for the step 2, structure model evaluation, which is called inner model. So it shows the requirement level of the tests you can see. And from the measure model discussion, so from the factor loading, also you can make sure that our model fits the requirement of the factor loading requirement level. And also the Cromba alphas and composite reliability should meet minimum threshold of the 0.6 and 0.7 respectively. So from the result of our model, you can see all of them meets the requirement of the tests. And Fornell lacquer criterion. So according to the Fornell and lacquer in 1981, the square root of the average variance extracted for the each construct must exceed its correlation with the other constructs. From the requirement of the test, you can see that our model perfectly follows the requirement of the test. And another diagnostic test is heteroid-motoroid ratio matrix. So its value ranges from the 0.181 to 0.799, which are all of below the suggest threshold of 0.85. And so model fit hypothesis testing, it's the second step for diagnostic tests. Regarding the R-squared adjusted coefficient of determination, Cohen in 1988 posits that R-squared value greater than 0.26 is considered significant highly. When look at the table 5, intention to adopt Islamic finance, it shows the R-squared 0.41. And also adjust R-square shows the 0.41. And perceived behavior control is mediating the latent variables. It also shows the higher than 0.26, shows the strong explanation by the independent latent variables. And the effect size also showed the medium effect size, religious obligation influencing perceived behavior control, while the other rest independent variables shows the small effect size. And goodness of fit is 0.68. It also shows the higher, let's say, requirement level. And from the figure 3, it's illustration of structural model. So when you look at this model, its PLSM model shows that if there is a 1 unit increase in awareness and knowledge of the entrepreneurs, it leads to 0.15 unit improvement in perceived behavior control. While if there is a 1 unit increase in religious obligation, it leads to around 49 or 0.49 improvement in perceived behavior control. And mediating a latent variable itself shows that as a 1 unit increase in perceived behavior control, it leads to 0.24 unit increase or improvement in intentions, entrepreneurs' intentions to adopt Islamic finance. It also shows the like a quarter, let's say, influential level, which shows the strong correlation. And another independent latent variable is business support. When there is a 1 unit increase in business support, it leads to 0.33 unit increase or improvement in entrepreneurs' intention to adopt Islamic finance. The last one is the legislation. As I told you before, legislation is not only plays important role in Uzbekistan, but also in other countries too, because it leads to, let's say, regulation, leads to some opportunities for the entrepreneurs. And without legislation, you can't implement Islamic financing in the country. So when there is a 1 unit increase in legislation, it leads to 0.25 unit increase in entrepreneurs' intention to adopt Islamic financing. So from the conclusion, from the study, we can conclude that our study shows that all 5 proposed hypotheses have been substantiated. As discussed above, positive changes in entrepreneurs' intention to adopt Islamic finance are significantly influenced by the independent variables, such as the business development through Islamic finance, perceived behavior control, awareness and knowledge, legislation, and religious obligation. From the findings of the study, we created the mobile apps in Uzbekistan for aimed at increasing awareness and knowledge of Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. So it's called Manfat. So we create this mobile application with the research center under the Tashkent State University of Economics. So in the application, you can see the mostly articles, books, and also, let's say, monographs, and also some let's say, messages can come from this app to inform about if there is any upcoming forum or conference. And also there is a chat, so you can write down or type the question asking from the experts. And thank you very much, Dr. Bilal Hojam.
Thank you, Professor Zainuddinov, and your partners on this research. Very interesting presentation on application of Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. Do we have any question, comment?
Yes, I do, Doctor.
Please go ahead.
I just wonder about the Islamic stock indices, how people are aware of them. What is the current situation now in Uzbekistan?
Thank you very much, Professor, for the question. So you asked me about the Sukuk, right? Islamic bond?
Actually, Islamic stocks, not bonds. So
Okay.
how people, do they aware about them, or how is the situation right now in Uzbekistan?
Okay. Now, there is any legislation for the issuing stocks, which is Islamic stocks, right, in Uzbekistan, because but after implementing the new law related to Islamic finance, maybe 2 years, we can see the Islamic stocks in Uzbekistan. And also current situation of the capital market is not really good. It's very small part, and that's why most of the investors issuing stocks in the foreign markets. For example, I guess 2 days ago, in London stock market, some investors issued stocks. And most of them now, the commercial banks also issuing the bonds in foreign markets. But when it comes in local markets, there is still passive the practice.
Okay,
I
still
hope
room for improvement then.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other question, comment? And I know we are out of time, but we have one more presentation by Yusuf Dinç and Saido Yusuf from Zaim University. And their presentation is on Economics of Collective Action, a tool for inclusive development for the OEC. Do we have the presenters here? Yusuf Dinç, and Saidu Yusuf from Zaim University. Okay, I guess they are not around.
Yeah,
Although
I can
one
see
of them.
Saido is here, but the mic is turned off. I don't know what's going on. Okay, let me try to call him if I can find him right now.
Well, yeah, they do seems like they're connected, but not around. Okay. We already used more than the limited time that was devoted to this session. We can actually conclude and end our meeting for today. So thank you all. Thank you for all of your contributions to this virtual session 2C on financial markets and knowledge economy. We had out of 6, we had 5 different presentations, and I tremendously benefited from all of them. So I would like to thank you all again, and we'll be following the rest of sessions for rest of today and tomorrow. Thank you all. Have a good one.
Thank you very much.
Hello, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Hey, brother, just for me to just touch my system and present, my system just hang now. I call from my phone now. Are they still live?
Unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately the session is already closed. We are looking for you, but
Yeah, they
session-
call my name just to touch my system, it hang. I was there when Uzbekistan he finished. I'm just to touch my system and my system won't hang. I cannot use any cursor again.
Okay, unfortunately, even the chairman is already left the group. So
Hello, assalamu alaikum. I see they are here. I can't hear their voice. Hello.
Brother Said, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Said.
Yes.
Okay, I'm telling you that, yeah, the session is already closed. We are looking for you and you are unavailable, but unfortunately, even the chairman is already left the meeting. Yeah, so maybe you can contact with them, you can present in another session, probably, I don't know.
Just my system hang now. Oh my God. I have to. Oh, so this is, I can contact, who can I contact again now? Who is is it this, what is his name?
Okay, I'm not sure. Since you're speaking, I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you can check with do you have a contact with Dr. Burhan?
Dr. Burhan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
Is
you can
Burhan there?
Yeah, Burhan is here in Tanzania. He's here in Tanzania.
What of Sharif? God. Hello.
Hi. So is there a problem in your presentation, sir?
Sorry,
I am the
Professor.
moderator. Yes.
Oh, okay, Professor. Sorry, they just called me. I was here since morning. They just called me, and my computer, I think I can show you, just hanged. I cannot touch, I cannot do anything. Just my computer. So I have to call my phone now to show you. Oh my God.
Okay. Okay. So will you tell or will you keep your telling your presentation just like that or not present?
No, I can present. I can present it now.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So we have still time, 2 minutes. We can wait. Participants.
Okay. Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Can I just continue presenting?
Yes, 1 minute. We can wait 1 minute. I think everybody here. Hi, Radiye Baleyeva, Gaetano Perone, and others are all video presentation. I will play them. So, yes, we can start now. Okay, all of us here. Hi again. Greetings from Turkey also. I am Professor Dr. Seda Yıldırım. I am working in Tekirdağ Namık Kemal University. I will moderate these sessions. Welcome again to 18th International Conference on Knowledge Economy and Management 2026. We have 7 papers. I think 10 minutes can be proper for each one for the time limit. So yes, Saydı Alevra, you can start if you want.
Okay. Okay. Can I the video request to open this?
If you have limited time and some technical problem, you can tell your presentation or paper now.
Okay. Maybe if you can. I'm struggling the computer. Everything is on the laptop here, and the laptop is refused to open. Just shut down. Trying to shut down now. I'm trying to restart it. So maybe in the 5 minutes or 10 minutes, if someone can present. So after someone, then I can present now.
Okay, then I have list of papers. So you can present your paper. Leslie. Okay. Now, Gaetano Perone, are you here? Livestock growth in Central Asia, carbon costs and technological mitigation.
Good
If you
morning.
are ready, hi,
I'm ready.
you can start. Yes, we can start with you.
Yes, I'm going to share my presentation.
Okay.
Just a second. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Today, I would like to present my paper entitled "The Livestock Growth in Central Asia, Carbon Cost and Technological Mitigation." Basically, the main goal, the main objective of this paper is to investigate the environmental impact of livestock expansion in Central Asia from 1992 to 2022. More specifically, the paper asks whether the growth of aggregate and disaggregate meat production contributes to higher carbon dioxide emissions, and whether technological development can help to reduce the carbon intensity of livestock expansion in the area. The analysis focuses on 5 Central Asian countries: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. The topic, I think, is highly relevant because, according to a recent World Bank report, in Central Asia, air quality in both urban and rural areas is affected by local pollution from fossil fuel combustion for heating and transport, livestock expansion, as well as transboundary pollution caused by increasingly frequent sand and dust storms. The paper is divided basically in two main sections, two main parts. Section 1, the first part, provides a descriptive overview of the evolution of meat production, carbon dioxide emission, the role of livestock in the agricultural sector after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the second part develops an empirical analysis, panel analysis within an extended CIRPAT framework using different econometrics model tests for investigating the relationship between livestock technology and carbon dioxide emission. The first part is about descriptive analysis. This slide is about overall meat production variation over the last 3 decades. After the collapse of Soviet Union, basically Central Asian countries experienced deep structural and economic transformations. This change also affected the livestock and agricultural sector. In the immediate post-Soviet period from 1992 to 2002, meat production declined sharply in most countries, except for, especially in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Exception were Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. Of course, if you look at the standardization on inhabitants, Uzbekistan also recorded a decrease. From 2002 to 2012, the region entered in general inaugural recovery phase. Meat production increased in most countries, especially in Uzbekistan and in Kazakhstan, with the only exception of Kyrgyzstan, which continued to experience a decline. In the most recent decade, from 2012 to 2022, livestock production expanded more strongly, especially in Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kazakhstan, while we can see that for example, in Kyrgyzstan, the increase was less robust. And if you look at Turkmenistan and the standardization over the inhabitants, the population,
the country recorded a decrease. In the figure 1, I'm showing the carbon dioxide emission per capita in tons, expressed measured in tons over the period 1992 to 2022. Overall, despite we can see that except for Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, other countries, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, had a stable, basically stable trend over the indicated period, while Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan showed an upward trend. Uzbekistan showed a downward trend, especially from 2010 to 2022. In this slide, we have the meat production per capita expressed in tons over the period 1992 to 2022. Meat production basically showed a similar trend compared to carbon dioxide emission. After initial decline or say stagnation in the 19th, meat production generally increased in the following decades. In particular, Tajikistan, if we look at 2014, so 2014 onwards, we can see that the country recorded the strongest rise in the last decades. Finally, we have the share of livestock to agricultural gross production value in a percentage over the same period. And basically, this slide confirms the growing importance of livestock in agricultural sector, especially particularly in Turkmenistan and Tajikistan. So this overall, this stylized fact suggests that livestock expansion is becoming a key component of economic development in Central Asia. At the same time, it raises important environmental concern and issues. About the variables used in the analysis, basically I implemented the STIRPAT model who addresses for the impact of population, affluence, and technology on environment. The dependent variable basically it's a carbon dioxide emission per capita, while the control variables of the STIRPAT model are GDP per capita, which captures affluence, population, and population density, which captures the demographic dimension, and finally energy intensity and agriculture, which basically capture technology. They are an indirect proxy for technology. The explanatory variables of the extended model are overall meat, beef and buffalo meat production, pigs production, poultry production, sheep and goat production, and finally scientific papers that it's direct, which is a direct proxy for technological development. All variables, when feasible, are standardized on the population, and they are log transformed to ensure normality assumption and to provide for a smooth and easy interpretation of the result in terms of elasticities. Here we have the general empirical strategy. That basically, from an econometric point of view, the analysis starts from the test of cross-sectional dependence. I used the Peseran test. The results show a strong interdependence across Central Asia for most variables. Of course, it is not surprising given that these countries share historical roots, geographical proximity, and common environmental and energy-related challenges. For this reason, I used Price-Witten regression with panel-corrected standard errors and fixed effect models with discrete standard errors, which both account for cross-sectional dependence. Third, I checked for spatial autocorrelation, spatial dependence, which can occur with neighboring countries. And I found that Moran statistics is always statistically significant for all variables except for scientific papers. So I also use as a robustness check spatial autoregressive and spatial error models to account for spatial dependence and spillover. This is the main result for the Prince-Wheaton regression with panel-corrected standard errors. A red value basically indicate positive and significant values, coefficient, while red values indicate negative and significant coefficient. You can see that the overall meat production significantly increased carbon dioxide emission, in particular 1% increase in overall meat production is correlated with a 0.64% increase in carbon dioxide emission. While if you look at meat production, the disaggregated measure for meat production, we can see that the beef and buffalo meat show the strongest positive effect, with 0.44% in the second column, while they are followed by sheep and goat production, meat production, and poultry production with the smallest coefficient. So we can say that the result is consistent with the idea that different livestock categories have a heterogeneous effect on environment, so heterogeneous environmental footprint. Beef and buffalo are generally more carbon intensity because probably because they require more land, feed, water, and they are also associated with higher methane emissions. If you look at pigs, we have a constant result because pigs, pigs is negatively correlated with the carbon dioxide emission. In this specific table, so for this specification, they are not significant. While if you look at the fixed effect estimator with discrete standard errors, they are negative and significant. So I could suggest that this may indicate a compositional substitution effect, where pig meat production partially replace more carbon-intensive categories. Another important result concerns technology. In particular, in column 8, we have scientific papers and the interaction between overall meat production and scientific papers, which is negative and highly significant. This means that the technological capacity helps the reduction of emission elasticity to livestock expansion. So in other words, we can say that the livestock growth is not necessarily environmental neutral, but its negative impact can be mitigated through innovation, research, and structural modernization. Very briefly, the control variables can provide some relevant insight. Energy intensity has a positive and significant effect on carbon dioxide emission. This is not surprising because unexpected, because confirmed inefficient that inefficient energy use raises environmental pressure. GDP per capita is generally positive, especially in the previous model, Prince-Wheaton with panel correct standard errors. So we can see that economic growth may increase emission when it's not accompanied by sufficient technological upgrading or environmental regulation. Of course, I didn't check in this specification for potential environmental Kaznet curve because it was beyond of the scope of this paper, but probably there is a threshold over that carbon dioxide emission may decrease. The agricultural values, so the agricultural regression values is also negative and significant, highly statistically significant. So basically, the agricultural agricultural share show a negative relationship in several specifications, which may suggest that plant-based agriculture is significantly more eco-friendly than livestock farming. Finally, I implemented the spatial regressive models to check for spatial dependence. Even when accounting for possible spatial dependence, the positive relationship between livestock production and carbon dioxide emission intensity remains significant. At the same time, the moderating effect of technological development on livestock sector is still confirmed. Interestingly, both spatial regressive model and spatial error model are not the error coefficients are not statistically significant. I didn't show the spatial error model because the results are broadly consistent, but the main interesting aspect is that the error coefficients, autoregressive and error coefficient, are both not statistically significant. This means that the carbon dioxide emissions are mainly driven by local factors, internal factors, rather than regional spillover. Finally, here we have some conclusive consideration. Basically, the results show that livestock expansion has a statistically significant impact on carbon dioxide intensity in Central Asia, and the highest effect is concerned beef and buffalo meat production. On the contrary, pig's meat production exhibit a weakly negative association with carbon dioxide emission. This could be consistent with the compositional substitutional effect toward less carbon intensity livestock categories. The interaction between technology and meat production contribute to decrease pollution. So technology capacity can moderate the emission elasticity of livestock expansion. Overall, this result highlight the importance of tailored environmental policies and structural modernization and innovation in order to reduce carbon intensity in transition economies. And also this research opens for future studies, because future studies could explore, for example, the impact of livestock on other fundamental key pollutants such as methane and nitrogen oxide. Thank you very much for your attention. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Now, yes, I can hear you. Sorry. We can get questions if there is any, or we keep presentations. I think there is no questions for Gaetano Perona. Then thanks for your presentation. We can keep other presentations now. Secondly, greenwashing methods of green finance instruments company analysis. Engin Enver Cebeci from Altınbaş University. We have his video presentations. I will share it now.
Merhaba, Engin Enver Cebeci ben. Bugün sizlere Yeşil Finans Araçlarının Yeşil Aklama Yöntemi başlıklı çalışmamın sunumunu yapacağım. Son yıllarda yeşil tahviller, ESG temelli finansman araçları ve sürdürülebilirlik bağlantılı krediler küresel ölçekte hızlı biçimde büyümektedir. Ancak burada temel soru şudur: bu araçlar gerçekten çevresel dönüşüm üretmektedir, yoksa kurumsal meşruiyet mi üretmektedir? Bu doğrultuda öncelikle araştırmanın problem alanından başlamak istiyorum. İklim kriziyle birlikte sürdürülebilir finansman araçları hem yatırım stratejilerinde hem de regülasyonlarda merkezi hale gelmiştir. Ancak literatürde giderek artan çalışmalar, bazı şirketlerin sürdürülebilirlik söylemlerini gerçek dönüşümden çok kurumsal itibar üretimi için kullandığını göstermektedir. Bu çalışma şu temel soruya odaklanmaktadır. Yeşil finans araçları gerçek çevresel dönüşüm üretmektedir yoksa söylemsel meşruiyet mi üretmektedir? Bu kapsamda greenwashing'in hangi mekanizmalarla ortaya çıktığı, sektörler arasında nasıl tekrar ettiği ve söylem-eylem ayrışmasının nasıl görünür hale geldiği incelenmiştir. Bu problem alanı çalışmanın teorik çerçevesini oluşturmuştur. Çalışmanın temel teorik ekseni Green Talk, Green Walk yaklaşımıdır. Yani şirketlerin sürdürülebilirlik söylemleri ile operasyonel uygulamalar arasında ilişki incelenmiştir. Literatürde Volkswagen, Shell, HSBC ve ICKEM gibi örnekler, şirketlerin çoğu zaman ölçülebilir çevresel dönüşüm yerine sürdürülebilirlik algısı ürettiğini göstermektedir. Dolayısıyla greenwashing çoğu zaman açık yanlış beyandan değil, ölçülmesi zor ve semantik olarak esnek söylemler üzerinden işlemektedir. Bu teorik yapıyı analiz edebilmek için karşılaştırmalı vaka analiz yöntemi kullanılmıştır. Araştırmalarda farklı sektör ve ülkelerden toplam 11 şirket vakası incelenmiştir. Bunlar HSBC, Volkswagen, DWS Group, Aktif Süper, TOG, Zorlu Holding, Garanti BBVA, Nestle, H&M, Shell ve Enel enerji şirketleridir. Vaka seçiminde John Stuart Mill'in benzerlik ve farklılık yöntemi esas alınmıştır. Amaç, farklı sektörlerde tekrar eden greenwashing örüntülerini karşılaştırmalı biçimde görünür hale getirmektir. Metodolojik olarak çalışmamız, Yin'in yapılandırılmış çoklu vaka analiz yaklaşımı ile Eisenhardt'ın örüntü temelli vaka dışı karşılaştırma mantığını birlikte kullanmıştır. Yin yaklaşımı her şirketin kendi bağlamında sistematik incelemesini sağlamış, Eisenhardt yaklaşımı ise sektörler arası ortak mekanizmaların karşılaştırmalı analizine imkan vermiştir. Bu metodolojik yapı daha sonra sistematik kodlama sürecine aktarılmıştır. Veri kaynaklarımız sürdürülebilirlik raporları, ESG ve SPO belgeleri, medya kaynakları, düzenleyici kurum kararları ve bağımsız STK raporları bağlamında olmuştur. Söz konusu kaynaklardan toplamda 45 temel doküman incelenmiş ve bu 45 temel doküman içinde 412 anlam segmenti Max Kuyada 2024 üzerinden sistematik biçimde kodlanmıştır. Burada önemli olan nokta şudur. Araştırma yalnızca yorumlayıcı nitel analiz üretmemektedir. Kod yoğunlukları ve ilişkisel görüntüler üzerinden ampirik görünürlük de sağlanmıştır. Kodlama sistemi 5 temel kriter üzerinden kurulmuştur. Birinci kriterimiz dil belirsizliği, ikinci kriterimiz metrik eksikliği, üçüncü kriterimiz iddia eylem tutarsızlığı, dördüncü kriterimiz şeffaflık eksikliği, beşinci kriterimiz karşı kanıt olmuştur. Analiz sonucunda en yoğun kategori dil belirsizliği olarak ortaya çıkmıştır. Toplam segmentlerin yaklaşık %38.3'ü semantik belirsizlik etrafında kümelenmektedir. Bu durum greenwashing çoğu zaman açık yanlış beyandan değil, ölçülmesi zor ve esnek söylemler üzerinden işlendiğini göstermiştir. Tematik analiz sonucunda bazı sistematik örüntüler ortaya çıkmıştır. Tematik analiz sonucunda 4 temel mekanizma öne çıkmıştır. Bunlar semantik belirsizlik, seçici aklama, kapsam manipülasyonu ve metrik eksikliğidir. Şirket örneklerine bakacak olursak, özellikle Shell, HSBC ve ICKEM örneklerinde sürdürülebilirlik söylemlerinin teknik veri eksikliğini görünmez hale getirdiği görülmüştür. Bunun yanında Scope 3 emisyonlarının raporlama dışında bırakılması da dikkat çekici bulgularımızdan biri olmuştur. Bu durum greenwashing'in yalnızca iletişimsel değil, yapısal bir kurumsal mekanizma olduğunu göstermiştir. Bazı vakalarda şirket söylemleri ile operasyonel gerçeklik arasında belirgin ayrışmalar görülmüştür. Örneğin DWS, Volkswagen ve Neste vakalarında bağımsız araştırmalar ve regülatör kararları şirket söylemleriyle çelişmiştir. Benzer şekilde bazı şirketlerde küçük ölçekli yeşil projelerin öne çıkarıldığı, karbon yoğun ana faaliyetlerin ise arka planda bırakıldığı görülmüştür. Dolayısıyla sorun yalnızca iletişim dili değil, raporlama kapsamı ve veri yöntemiyle ilişkili yapısal bir süreçtir. Bu bulgular çalışmanın temel teorik sonucunu oluşturmaktadır. Çalışmamız greenwashing'in yalnızca etik bir sorun olmadığını, söylem-eylem ayrışması üzerinden çalışan sistematik bir meşruiyet üretim mekanizması olduğunu göstermiştir. Özellikle green talk ile green walk arasındaki mesafe büyüdükçe greenwashing riskinin de büyüdüğü, arttığı gözlenmiştir. Türkiye örneklerinde ise düzenleyici dönüşümün halen gelişim aşamasında olduğu görülmüştür. Bu nedenle politik öneri olaraktan Scope 3 sorumluluğu, KPI doğrulama gerekliliği, bağımsız denetimin olmazsa olmaz olduğu ve standartlaşmış raporların kritik hale geldiğini söylemek mümkün olmuştur. Son olarak çalışmanın genel katkısını vurgulamak isterim. Çalışma sürdürülebilir finansın yalnızca finansal inovasyon üretmediğini, aynı zamanda yeni bir kurumsal meşruiyet dili ürettiğini göstermektedir. Bu çalışma ayrıca MİL'in vaka seçim mantığını, Yin'in yapılandırmış vaka analizini ve Eisenhardt'ın örüntü temelli karşılaştırmalı yaklaşımını birlikte kullanarak greenwashing'in hem ampirik olarak görünür hale getiren bütüncül bir analiz modeli önermiştir. Gerçek çevresel dönüşüm ise ancak söylem ile uygulama arasındaki boşluk kapandığında mümkün olacaktır. Sunuma katılıp zaman ayırıp dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim. Konu ve içerikle ilgili herhangi bir sorunuz olduğunda yanıtlamaktan mutluluk duyarım. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Yes, we listen his video presentation. Third one, do environmental taxes drive West exports, testing the West Haven effect in the European Union. Secma Aydın, Admir Meskovic, Ömer Esen. I will share their video also. Wait a minute.
Sayın hocalarım, değerli katılımcılar, herkese merhaba. Öncelikle sunuma katıldığınız için herkese teşekkür ederim. Bu çalışmamızda çevresel vergilerin atık ihracatı üzerindeki etkisini inceleyeceğiz. Avrupa Birliği ülkeleri özelinde kirlilik sınavı hipotezini analiz etmeye çalışacağız. Bu çalışmada biz 2004-2024 dönemi için 27 Avrupa Birliği ülkesi özelinde çevresel vergilerin atık ihracatı üzerindeki etkilerini analiz edeceğiz. Öncelikle değişkenler arasında uzun dönemli bir ilişkin olup olmadığını Pedroni panel eş bütünleşme testiyle inceledik. Ardından da uzun dönemli katsayıların tahmininde de Kumholz ve Dolce yöntemlerinden yararlandık. Burada bildiğiniz üzere günümüzde artan üretim ve tüketim faaliyetleri yalnızca çevresel sorunları değil, aynı zamanda giderek büyüyen bir atık sorunu da beraberinde getiriyor. Özellikle sanayileşme, kentleşme ve değişen tüketim alışkanlıkları artık miktarını da arttırıyor ve aynı zamanda da atık üretimini de çevre politikaları bağlamında önemli gündem maddelerinden biri haline getiriyor. Bugün artıklar sadece çevresel bir sorun olarak görülmüyor. Aynı zamanda ekonomik ve uluslararası boyutları da olan bir konu haline gelmiş. Çünkü bir ülke için değersiz veya yok edilmesi gereken bir atık başka bir ülke için ekonomik değeri olan bir ham madde niteliği taşıyabiliyor. Ancak burada önemli bir problem ortaya çıkıyor. Özellikle birçok gelişmekte olan ülkede atıkları güvenli bir şekilde işlenmesi için gerekli teknik altyapı, finansman ya da denetim kapasitesi yeterli düzeyde olmayabiliyor. Bu durumda da ithal edilen atıklar çevre kirliliğine, insan sağlığını ciddi boyutlarda tehdit edecek riskler oluşturabiliyorlar. Atık ihracatı özellikle gelişmiş ülkelerde daha sık karşımıza çıkıyor. Çünkü bu ülkelerde çevresel düzenlemeler daha sıkı ve atık bertaraf maliyetleri daha yüksek olduğundan dolayı. Buna karşılık bazı gelişmekte olan ülkelerde düşük maliyetler ve daha zayıf çevresel düzenlemeler bulunabiliyor. İşte bu durum literatürde atık sığınağı etkisi olarak da karşımıza çıkıyor. Buradaki temel fikir şu: firmalar veya ülkeler üretimlerini taşımak yerine üretimden kaynaklanan çevresel yüklerini atık ihracatı yoluyla başka ülkelere aktarabiliyorlar. Dolayısıyla üretim gelişmiş ülkede kalırken atığını e, daha düşük standartlara sahip gelişmekte olan ülkelere yönlendirebiliyorlar. Biz de bu çalışmada tam olarak bu soruya odaklanıyoruz. Acaba çevresel vergiler arttıkça AB ülkeleri atıkları Avrupa Birliği dışındaki ülkelere daha fazla mı yönlendiriyor? Yoksa çevresel vergilerin oluşturmuş olduğu mali yükler firmaları, kirletici endüstrileri çevreye duyarlı ürünlerin üretilmesine, inovasyon Ar-Ge'ye mi daha çok yönlendiriyor? Bu çalışmada buna daha çok odaklandık. Literatüre baktığımızda çevresel vergilerin etkileri konusunda tam bir görüş birliği olmadığını görüyoruz. Bazı çalışmalar çevresel vergilerin çevre kalitesini arttırdığını ve atıkları azalttığını ortaya koyarken bazıları ise bu etkilerin sınırlı kaldığını ya da atıkların başka ülkelere yönlendirebildiğine yönelik kanıtlar ortaya koyabiliyorlar. Biz bu çalışmada veri seti olarak 27 Avrupa Birliği ülkesini ele aldık ve 27 Avrupa Birliği ülkesi için 2004 ve 2024 yılları arasındaki verilerini dikkate aldık. Çalışmanın bağımlı değişken olarak atık ihracatı Avrupa Birliği ülkelerinin Avrupa dışındaki ülkelere gerçekleştirdiği toplam atık ihracatını bize gösteriyor. Bu değişken çevresel maliyetleri arttırmasıyla birlikte atıkların sınır ötesine yönlendirip yönlendirilmediğini incelemesi açısından temel bir gösterge niteliğinde. Modelin temel bağımsız değişken olan çevresel vergilerde toplam çevresel vergilerin gayri safi yurt içerisindeki payı olarak ifade edebiliriz. Bu değişken de ülkelerde çevresel düzenleme ve çevresel maliyet baskısının düzeyini temsil etmektedir. Diğer kontrol değişkenlerimiz ise kişi başına gayri safi yurt hasıla, sanayi yoğunluğu, gayri safi yurt hasıladaki payı ve dışa açıklık değişkenleri. Değişkenlerimiz Eurostat ve Dünya Bankası veri tabanından biz bunları almış olduk. Öncelikle değişkenler arasındaki uzun dönemli ilişkiye bakmadan önce duranlık analizleri gerçekleştirdik. Değişkenlerin birim kök içerip içermediğine baktık. Burada değişkenlerin düzeyde birim kök içerdiğini, duran olmadığını, ancak farkını alındığında hepsinin duran hale geldiğini gördük. Değişkenlerin aynı seviyede duran olduğunun anlaşılması üzerine biz eş bütünleşme testi aşamasına geçtik. Burada da Pedroni'nin panel eş bütünleşme testinden yararlandık. Burada Pedroni'nin 7 göstergesinden 4'ü değişkenler arasında uzun dönemli ilişki olduğunu söylemekte. Dolayısıyla değişkenler arasında uzun dönemli bir eş bütünleşme ilişkisi olduğunu, beraber hareket ettiğini bize gösteriyor. Değişkenler arasında uzun dönemli ilişki olduğunu tespit edilmesinin ardından bu ilişkinin yönü açısından da Fumons ve Dolz'ten destek aldık. Burada da anlaşılan o ki çevresel vergilerin atık ihracatı üzerinde hem FUMOLS'e göre hem de DOLS'e göre birbiriyle de tutarlı atık ihracatını arttırdığını burada gösteriyor. Diğer kontrol değişkenlerimiz de hemen birbiriyle tutarlı. Sadece dışı açıklıkta bir durum söz konusu. Burada da dışı açıklıkta da Dolz'e göre istatistiksel olarak pozitif ama istatistiksel olarak anlamsız. FUMOS'ta ise %5 önem seviyesinde anlamlı ve negatif bir ilişki çıkıyor. Normalde kişi başına gayri safi yurt hasılanın artması atık oluşumunu arttırmasını zaten bekleriz. Sanayinin gayri safi yurt hasıla içindeki payının da artması, sanayinin yoğunluğunun da artmasının da birlikte atığın da artmasını bekleyebiliriz. Bunlar da literatürle uyumlu olduğunu bize gösteriyor. Burada elde ettiğimiz sonuçlar çevresel vergilerin her zaman beklenen şekilde çevresel baskıyı azaltamayabileceğini gösteriyor. Çünkü çevresel maliyetler arttığında bazı firmalar atıkları kendi ülkelerinde bertaraf etmek, onları kendi iç yapısında yönetmek yerine daha düşük maliyetli ülkelere yönlendirmeyi tercih edebiliyorlar. Özellikle de çevresel düzenlemelerin sıkı ve atıkları bertaraf etmenin maliyetinin yüksek olduğu ekonomilerde bu durum daha belirgin hale gelebiliyor. Bu da literatürde atık sığınağı hipotezi etkisi olarak da ifade edilen yaklaşımın destekleyen bulgular ortaya koymakta. Çalışmada elde edilen bulgular politika yapıcılar açısından da önemli mesajlar verebilmekte. Öncelikle çevresel vergilerin tek başına yeterli olmayabileceği anlaşılmakta bu sonuçlara bakacak olursak. Bu nedenle çevresel vergilerin güçlü geri dönüşüm altyapıları, işte recycling ekonomi politikaları ve etkin atık yönetim sistemleriyle desteklenmesi gerekmekte. Ayrıca sınır ötesi atık ticaretine yönelik denetimlerin de güçlendirilmesi ve çevre standartlarının uluslararası düzeyde daha uyumlu hale getirilmesi bu açıdan büyük önem taşımaktadır. Aksi halde çevresel yük yalnızca bir ülkeden başka bir ülkeye aktarılmış oluyor diyebiliriz. Beni dinlediğiniz için de hepinize teşekkür ederim. Kendinize iyi bakın. Görüşmek üzere.
Yes. Now we can listen Sanado Alera Yusuf presentation, application of traditional takaful insurance in collective farming in sustainable agriculture. Abozi will present this paper. Abozi.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Let me share my documents.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my documents?
Yes, we
My
can
file?
see.
Okay.
Yes, presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Miss. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. At last, I don't know. I can't understand even what actually happened. It just okay. Okay. My name is Ido Aliru Yusuf. I'm presenting with the Professor Yusuf Dinch. Economics of Collective Action, a tool for inclusive development for the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Okay, and the contents are introduction, quest for economics development, need maslaha, that is what is needed and what should be need fulfillment for the Islamic or Muslims countries, collective economics concept and the Islamic economics, and the conclusion and recommendation. Basically, introduction. The objectives of economics is efficiency and in allocation of resources. And for that, we look at a conventional economic system, which has a capitalist and a socialist. These are the main key concepts we are using. And we look into the capitalist system and the socialist, and what is the relationship? What is the need? What are the needs for Islamic economics between the two? And so we have seen how the capitalist system brought about the economic of free market, and we have seen how the socialist economics brought about the control market also. So these are the key economics concepts of these two systems. The neglect for efficiency and distribution and the justice has generated problem. Okay, we need efficiency, but what should be the justice for efficiency? So for that, we think maybe Islamic economics concepts may fix what is the issue between the two concepts. So the study methodology we adopt mixed method, like qualitative and conceptual. Secondary data and literature-based analysis. This is a literature-based analysis using inductive and deductive reasoning for conceptual development. Okay. The quest for economics development. Different perspective on the role of government in socio-economics development. What are the perspective of a capitalist system, capitalism? What is the perspective of socialism? From here, we can see the free market in capitalism and the control economy. So free market economy for capitalism and the control economy. Property is private, while in socialism, property is not private. It's like a public owned. And capitalism is an individual decision in economics paradigms, while socialism is a collective decision. So that decision may be top down or bottom up. Okay. No or minimal subsidy on production, while in socialist system everything is subsidize. Okay. So these are between, we can see between market freedom and social justice. Okay. These two concepts, like capitalists talk about the market freedom, and the socialist system also talk about the control market. What are the social justice? What is it we need? What is the social justice between these two systems? Their worldview on economics. So for socialists, they see everyone as whatever government should define the economics terms, economic concepts. But for capitalists, individuals should define whatever the opportunities. So there is social justice has a serious problem within these two concepts. Okay. Government control everything, or everything should be free. So there will be a lot of harms within the society. So they are based on homo economicus. And what can homo islamicus will do to fix the barrier between the two economics? Okay. Because of these two systems, most of the Muslim community or Islamic country, they have problem in fixing their economics system between these two systems. So what is it we need? Okay, in Islamic economics, we have what we call need-based economic system. Like there is hierarchy of needs like faith, life, intellect, prosperity, and wealth. These are needs that should be protected for each and every individual by the government. The other two economics models, they don't have this, they don't have need to protect these five maslaha, we call them maslaha from the economic Islamic economic perspective. Okay, so in Islamic economic, this should be protected. The government should make sure that, okay, whatever the economic setting in the government, these five things should be protected and promoted as well. Okay, what are the faith of the people? What is their life should be protected. Nothing that will harm life will be allowed to be part of the economics production. Whether maybe someone will make a profit, benefit of it, if collectively it will harm someone, it should not be. And the intellect, people should have free mind to use their knowledge, to use their opportunity. And posterity, okay, the generation should continue. Generation should be protected. Not every kind of business that will affect the generation should be allowed. Okay, and the wealth, everyone should be, everyone's property should be protected. These are the needs that should be protected according to this hierarchy. But how can we provide? What are the levels to provide this? Okay, this is the basis for Islamic economic settings. Okay, we have level one is the Ruria. Okay, these are the basic necessities. From all the five, we have to make sure that the basic necessities are provided. Okay, that will allow people to live. Like this basic necessity, like food, shelter, and I think in conventional, we have like a Maslow hierarchy in sociology. And the Hajia, okay, how can we improve? They continue according to the level of the society or level of the community. Okay, so now the collective economics concept, this is our own contribution in this area, okay? Collective economic concept and the Islamic economics. Okay, we see capitalist is based on a free market and the individual this thing, and the socialist is based on control economy and the public. Everything is public. Okay, this is so collective action. That is what we want to develop within the framework of Islamic economics for the Islamic OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. We have seen that early collective action theories, they did not include agriculture in their own economic theory. Early collective action theories are the leading figure is Olson. Olson, he has said that a collective theory is okay, but we shall understand that this is all about now conventional. Their own is okay. The economies of scale, they talked about the economies of scale and how to be strong to get negotiation power in the economy, in their businesses. So they promote this economic action. But the early economic theory, they said, okay, agriculture, the economic collective action in agriculture is not feasible. Well, later collective action theory, they believe agriculture to be collective agriculture is feasible in the latter. Which one is the leading figure in the later economic collective action theory? Is Ostrom. Ostrom is the leading figure, and they believe that okay, agriculture can be part of it. But at that time, they said okay, agriculture can be part of collective action, but very limited, not to very because it is the issue of numbers. They believe the higher number in the collective, the more economic success. But here they said no, in agriculture it should be very limited. But later we have some economic that like Wang, some Chinese economics and economy and China, I think. They say that the large in each collective action, the larger the participants, the more opportunity in that system. So the need for improved trust, mutual understanding of each actors involved and the collective action with a higher level of community participation, including the diverse type of government intervention. Government should, if government can intervene, it is okay, but they believe the higher number of people in the collective, the more collective will work for the members. Now, what can Islamic economics bring here? In Islamic economics as a divine, ethical, and humanitarian economic that promotes moderation in the utilization of resources to achieve the goal of human existence collectively and individually. So from the Islamic economic perspective, because of individual wants, society cannot forsake its own need. If we see this is something against the what capitalism believe, okay, as far as the individual can be okay, they see it as an opportunity for him. That's what they call like information is asset for him. But in Islamic economics, everything should be benefit collectively, not harm. If it can harm a larger society, it cannot be allowed. Okay. So utilization of resources based on cooperation and participation. Everyone in the utilization of the resources should be participants for the purpose of achieving human well-being and in both worlds. Okay. So from Islamic economics, okay, everything here is a trust, and we are meant to utilize it justly for the achieving of this life and the next life. Okay, so how can we adopt this perspective of Islamic economics into collective action for the inclusivity of economic development of Muslim communities in the OIC country, Organization of Islamic Cooperation? We have here, individual versus collective actions. What is the difference between individual action and the collective action? They have a difference in the issue of ownership. The ownership, individual ownership, is only defined by one person. He is the owner. He do as he wants with his own assets here. What is the collective action? It's a full of ownership, so it can help in we will have the economy of scale, and everyone has right to utilize the other people, other participants' assets. Risk, here we see risk is shared if it is collective. If it is not collective, risk is just on a single individual. Whatever happened, it will happen to only single entity. And the efficiency, they believe collective is more efficient than non-collective, okay? And the cost also. Collective actions reduce the cost of a business or transaction. And the social network, there is what they call in interconnectedness. Interconnectedness, that is the social network. A collective action help in promoting interconnectedness, which I believe in the Islamic cooperation, most of the Muslim community, that is, they need interconnectedness because of the moral perspective of the society. And the market also, a lot of opportunity to market because of the huge production and the resources. Okay, people will have access to different resources if it is collective, different from individual. Okay. So now, what are these concepts? How can we apply them in the Islamic economics? There was issue of financialization of economics. These are economic concepts. Economics and the financial concept from the Islamic business transaction or business contract. We have musharaka, mudaraba, salam, ijara, and the madara. But the system now took this as a financial concept. How can we apply this financial concept into economics, into economy? We look into collective actions and we put this concept into collective action like musharaka. Okay, let us present collective musharaka as a business model for small businesses. Let us apply musharaka in the
Sir,
small
can
business.
you a little faster? We have 15 minutes to other presentations. Thanks.
Okay. So these are the models that we want to apply them, okay, not from the financial sector, no, from the real sector, because that is what is the main area of main contribution of Islamic economics in the real sector. We need to apply this concept into real sector, and these are the difference, okay? Financial economy and the real economy. So financial economy, basically most of our contribution now, most of our writings now, they are on financial economy. We write these concepts on financial system, financialization. We look at it from the financial sector. So here, the collective economy will put it into real sector, okay? Collective musharaka, businesses, small businesses should collectivize and they put it as a one big business, that is a real economy. So that is the perspective of Islamic economics also. So what is our conclusion here? Is based on the Islamic economics theory, we emphasize that while capitalism and the socialism were founded on utilitarianism and designed for the private property, capitalism is utilitarianism, and socialism has issue with the private property also. Respectively, Islam was founded on moral behavior and the defense of private property and the cooperation. Okay, instead of individual need, utilitarianism is based on cooperation, collectivity, and collectively and individually. So we thus recommend that Islamic policymakers should pay attention to develop and support transformation of socioeconomics inclusivity across various OIC member countries. Okay. So thank you. That's it, the presentation.
Thanks.
Yes.
For your presentation. We should keep, because we have 3 also paper to be presented. I have video presentation for waste management and sustainability in Turkey, an assessment of current status and pollution implications. I will share this video too.
Hey.
Abazi, you can stop your share. Yes, okay. I will share video presentation.
bir sunum yapmayı planlıyorum. Türkiye'de atık yönetim ve sürdürülebilirlik ilişkisine ilişkin olarak şurada hemen doküman paylaşmak istiyorum. Evet, şurada. Şu. Evet. Evet. Şimdi şunu da kapatabiliriz herhalde. Evet, tamam. E, evet. Atık yönetimi sürdürülebilir kalkınmanın en kritik boyutlarından birini oluşturmakta. Hızlı kentleşme, nüfus artışı, tüketim alışkanlıklarındaki dönüşüm, dünya genelinde katı atık miktarının her geçen yıl artması yol açmakta. Bu durum hem çevresel hem de sosyoekonomik açıdan ciddi baskılar doğuruyor. Türkiye'de yaklaşık yılda 32 milyon ton belediye atığı ortaya çıkmakta ve bu giderek de artmakta. Nüfusla birlikte, üretimle birlikte her geçen yıl daha da artmakta. Türkiye'nin geri dönüşüm oranı %13 düzeyinde yaklaşık. Bu tabii Avrupa Birliği'nin bir miktar gerisinde. Bu nedenle geri dönüşümde ortaya çıkacak hassasiyet ya da farkındalık Türkiye'nin de birçok açıdan ham madde, üretim, maliyet açısından bir avantaj elde etmesini sağlayabilir. Türkiye'yi atık sektöründe hem çevre politikası hem de iklim taahhütleri açısından da önemli bir dönüşüm sürecinde Türkiye. Bu bağlamda bu bildiride Türkiye'nin atık yönetimi sektörünün mevcut yapısal sorunları, sürdürülebilirlik etkileri ve son dönemde hayata geçirilen politika reformlarını sunmayı planlıyorum. Atık yönetiminin e, atık yönetiminin yapısal sorunları nelerdir? Türkiye'nin atık yönetimi sektör bağlamında ilk olarak tabii karşımıza altyapı eşitsizliği, altyapı yetersizliği geliyor. Bu kırsal ve yarı kentsel alanlarda atık toplama, taşıma ve bertaraf altyapısı talebin gerisinde. Coğrafik coğrafi kırılganlıklar, hizmet erişiminde eşitsizliğe dönüşüyor. İkinci sorun kaçak atık boşaltım ve yetersiz denetim sorunsalı. İstanbul başta olmak üzere büyük kentlerin etrafında faaliyet gösteren en formel geri dönüşüm sektörü yüz binlerce kişi istihdam sağlıyor. Bununla birlikte iş güvenliği standartları dışında çalışıyorlar. Bunlar tabii vergilenmede çeşitli zorluklarla karşı karşıyalar. Ya bunları vergilendirmek zor. Çevresel denetimden uzak bir görüntü sergiliyorlar. Üçüncü yapısal sorunun da kurumsal parçalanma, yani atık yönetiminde Çevre Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Bakanlığı, belediyeler, özel sektör operatörleri, sivil toplum kuruluşları arasında koordinasyon her zaman yeterli seviyede olmayabiliyor. Burada yasal düzenlemelerin etkin biçimde uygulanması güç hale geliyor dolayısıyla. Belediyelerin teknik ve mali kapasiteleri yetersiz ise bu da tabii ki hizmet kalitesini aşağı çeken bir durum olarak karşımıza çıkıyor. Peki nelerdir bu atık sektörünün sürdürülebilirlik üzerine etkisi? Türkiye'nin toplam sera gazı emisyonu yaklaşık %4'ünü atık sektörü oluşturuyor. Depolama sahalarından kaynaklanan metan emisyonları bu payın önemli bir bölümünü meydana getiriyor. İşte yetersiz biyogaz geri kazanım kapasitesi, Türkiye'nin Paris Anlaşması kapsamında iklim taahhütlerini yerine getirebilmesi için atık sektörünün emisyon azaltım süreçlerinde daha etkin bir şekilde sürdürmesi gerekiyor. Çevresel sağlık boyutunda ise eğer atık arıtımı yeterli seviyede olmazsa bu toprak ve yeraltı suyu kirliliğine yol açabiliyor. Ve bu durum özellikle depolama sahalarına yakın konumlarda yaşayan düşük gelirli topluluklar orantısız biçimde etkileyebiliyor. Sosyal adalet boyutuna baktığımız zaman da atık altyapısının coğrafi dağılımında bazı dengesizlikler söz konusu oldu. Kent ve kent çevrelerinde ve kırsal alanlarda yaşayan haneler şehir merkezlerine göre düzensiz atık hizmetleri nedeniyle hem çevresel risk altında kalabiliyorlar hem de ekonomik fırsatlardan yoksun kalabiliyorlar. Politika çerçevesi ve reform sürecine baktığımız zaman 2015 yılında son 10 yılda atık yönetimi alanında çok dikkat çeken yasal ve kurumsal reformlar hayata geçirildi. 2015 yılında atık yönetim yönetmeliği, AB direktifleri uyumlu bir çerçeve oluşturarak atık hiyerarşisi ilkesini yani önleme, yeniden kullanım, geri dönüşüm, enerji kazanım ve bertaraf şeklinde Türk mevzuatına kazandırılmış. 2017 yılında Cumhurbaşkanlığı koordinasyonuyla başlatılan sıfır atık projesi ki çok değerli. Bu alanda en kapsamlı politika girişimi. Bugün 100 binden fazla kayıtlı tesisi bünyesinde barındıran bu proje, kamuya açık alanlarda, okullarda, hastanelerde, devlet kurumlarda atık ayrıştırma altyapısının kurulmasını teşvik etmeye çalışıyor. Farkındalık kampanyaları aracılığıyla davranış değişikliği hedefliyor. Projenin ölçeklenme hızı, politika sahiplerinin gücünü de tabi burada gösteriyor. Ulusal atık yönetimi eylem planı ise döngüsel ekonomi ilkeleri doğrultusunda 2035 yılına kadar geri dönüşüm oranını %35'e çıkarmayı hedefliyor. Genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu GÜS mekanizması, plastik, ambalaj ve elektronik atık alanında uygulamaya konulmaya çalışılıyor. Şu üreticileri ürünlerin yaşam döngüsü sonunda bertaraf maliyetlerini üstlenmeye zorunlu kılmak üzere gerçekleştirilen bir politika stratejisi bu. Bununla birlikte bu politikaların hayata geçirilmesine bazı mevzuat burada evet affedersiniz. Evet burada peki politika önerisi yani öncelikle politika araçları ve politika önerisi ne olabilir? Türkiye'nin atık yönetimini biçimselleştirme yolunda somut adımlar görüyoruz mevcut. Ancak daha güvenli bir sürdürülebilirlik dönüşümü için daha sistematik bir değişim gerekiyor. Bunun için de üç öncelikli politika aracı yani birincisi GÜS, genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu yani tekstil, inşaat, organik atıkların kapsama alınması, denetim kapasitesinin güçlendirilmesi ve üreticiye sorumluluk yüklenmesi. İkincisi yeşil kamu alanları, geri dönüştürülmüş içerikli ürünlerin zorunlu kılınması, ikinci ham madde piyasalarının genişletilmesi. Üçüncüsü de belediyeler arası işbirliği yani atık yönetiminde ölçek ekonomilerinden yararlanabilmesi için komşu belediyenin ortak tesis kurması, ortak teknik personel altyapı paylaşması teşvik edilebilir. Bu çerçevede merkezi hükümetin tabii yalnızca teknik altyapı yatırımlarıyla değil, üretim, tüketim kalıplarını kökten dönüştüren bütüncül bir politika perspektifiyle gerçekleşebileceğini bize gösteriyor. İşte genişletilmiş üretici sorumluluğu, yeşil kamu alanlarının yaygınlaştırması ve belediyeler arası işbirliğinin de kurumsallaştırılması bu perspektifin somut ayakları arasında yer alabilir. Beni dinlediğiniz için çok teşekkür ederim. Benim sunum
Yes, now we have short video exploring circular consumer patterns in the 21st century. I will share this video in a minute. Sorry. I am so glad to be a part of this event and here today. I present a paper related with circular consumer patterns and I will present it. My also co-author are Professor Dr. Subrati Namohan, Priya Solomon, and Abhishek Singh from India, and I would like to thank all of them for their contribution. It is a abstract paper, so I will mention a brief framework for our study here. Exploring circular consumer patterns also related with sustainable consumption and responsible consumption or green consumption. But due to the rising trends or concept of circular economy, I think circular consumer patterns is also a different area in the 21st century. In this 21st century, the sustainability journey contains a circularity. Sustainability complex for consumers may be somewhat clarified through the applications of the circular economy. The numerous unknown aspects of sustainable consumption behavior have made circular consumption a new starting point for consumers who are forced to allocate more. The aim of this study is to examine achieving green practices or sustainable practices because of sustainability concept is not clear and easily understanding for everybody. But in this context, circular practices is more clear and more effective for help us to adapting circular economy much better than sustainability dream. So I think that circular consumer patterns can be adapted for households and yes, it's finished and we have last presentation, the role of Russian language and literature in the context of knowledge and cultural economy and evolution of Russia, Raziye Baleyeva. So, hi, Raziye Baleyeva. Hi. I think you can stop current share and share just presentation. You share your Zoom platform. Yes, yes. Oh. Yes, now we can see your presentation. There is no voice. Hi. So we can't hear you. You share your Zoom page. We can't hear you. If you say anything, I can't hear you. If you want, you can tell your paper's content without presentation, if you want. Yes, we can see presentation now. You can present or tell your paper now, I think. We have 10 minutes to other session will start. No, I can't hear you, Raziye. Yes, there is no sound. So if you want, you can tell just this poster. On poster, you can keep your presentation because we have so little time. But there is no voice, Raziye. So there is a problem, I think, in your voice too. If so, we don't hear you. We can't hear if you talk. If you want, you can join with your phone if it's possible. Yes, there is a warning, I think, in your voice system. Yes, we can see the presentation, but we can't hear. The host is here. I think there is a problem. So I think you can request to present your presentation for other sessions. Maybe host may help you because at 2 o'clock there will be another session. So the voice is not here. Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Hello, we can hear you. Yes.
Miss Raziye, can you hear me? We can't hear you. And there is 5 minutes to other session.
Okay, Miss. So my second presentation is not now.
Abozi, you are talking.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah. I said my second presentation, is it not now?
I don't know. In this sessions, you have 2 presentations?
Yeah, the first one was the one I missed at the first session, and the second one is here. In the last one, you see it's a traditional takaful.
Okay. Razi still try to present, but there is a technical problem in her voice system, I think. The host is here. There is anybody from ISU?
I'm from ISU.
Okay. Can you just present next session, because I don't know about timing. We over time now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we need host to solve this problem, I think.
Okay, so the last paper in this session is my paper, so I'll present next one.
So, Raziye, hi Raziye. If you want, you can present later. I think you should solve your voice problem firstly, because we can't hear your voice. If you want, you can text message here. You can text message to host about your situation. Razi, if you can stop your share, I think, because the voice is real problem. You have no voice. Razi, can hi.
Merhaba.
Yani Zoom'u paylaştığınız için ses yankı yapıyor. You stop sharing, just talk. Stop share. Hi, Razi, stop share your screen. Stop share, stop. Okay. The host is here. Stop share. Is that okay? I think the next session will start. So we have to finish this session. So I have to finish this session if it is okay.
Hello?
Hi, Ebozi. Can you just ask the host about your situation because I don't have your second paper in my program and other session will start.
Okay. I should have presented from the first session, then the second one will be here. So I did the first session, I was having the technical problem like this. My own computer also hung. So that was what I did in your session. And now if you check your own schedule, you will see the traditional application of Takaful, traditional Takaful. And
Okay, can you just present very fast? Do you wanna present your second paper?
yes.
Okay, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yes.
This is the second paper. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor. Application of application of traditional takaful insurance in collective farming for sustainable agriculture. A presentation by Said Ali Yusuf with the Professor Dr. Yusuf Dinch. This is blocking me. Okay, this table of concepts. Okay, content, introduction, concept, and background of takaful and the insurance. We give takaful like from conventional history and takaful from Islamic history and insurance from the conventional history, and the contemporary takaful and the insurance, takaful insurance in agriculture, and collective actions in agriculture. Concept of collective musharaka farm and discussion of the findings, application of musharaka on traditional takaful, conclusions and recommendations. Okay, introduction. Okay. The beginning of takaful as a documented contract started at Hammurabi Code, which was written in 17 BC. From that to see takaful and as a policy, as a kingdom policy, it started with the Amachinian kings in Hindu area region. And the conventional takaful started from the Great Fire of London. That was 1666, that consumed around 38,000 houses. Okay, and the later classical cooperatives. Okay, classical cooperatives, they are also somehow similar to some traditional takafuls. Okay, and beside its general challenges to include the agricultural sector, there was a specific challenges in its procedure. Okay, so beside the challenges of takaful in agriculture, contemporary takaful, there was procedure and prohibited factors in Islam. So from Islam, if we see the traditional takaful and the contemporary takaful, we see there are some certain issues from Islamic perspective. So that is what we want to fix, that issue from the Islamic perspective. There are some challenges. That is what we want to fix in this paper. Okay. This study aims at assessing the feasibility of introducing traditional takaful in collective agriculture as a risk mitigation techniques for small holder farmers. Okay, so this is the aim of our study. The study adopts a mixed method, a quantitative, conceptual, secondary data literature-based analysis, inductive and deductive reasoning for conceptual development. Okay, so we can see conventionally, we see insurance derived from Italian word securta, and which was borrowed also from Latin. So the original origin of this thing is from Latin. security, both which denote safety, security, and immunity from risk. But Islamically, in Islam, we call it takaful. Takaful was coined from the Arabic word takafala, to help one another, and the kafala, to guarantee, to help one another or to guarantee, or mutual guarantee. Okay. So
Sorry for next sessions. We have so many technical problems, so there is long sorry also.
Yes. Okay.
Whether you can
So
tell faster, okay.
Okay. So this the background of takaful. Takaful is meant for risk management from the conventional factor. And from Islamic factor is a mutual solidarity. That is conventional takaful, cooperation and mutual collaboration. While where it is similar to cooperative is from this Kauliya Atarmasa. This is a Hindu phrase, which means contribution without expecting return. That is cooperative. So there is a difference between takaful and the cooperative, which is a very there is small difference between takaful and the cooperative. Okay. In contemporary takaful, because of the diversion from the traditional takaful, then Islamic scholars, they started questioning the system of when they introduced premium fixed premium takaful. That is the one the diversion started. So later, around 1834, some scholars, they started asking questions that does Islam allow this kind of takaful? That insurance? That was the first time to issue takaful. Remember, we shall have this at the back of our mind. Takaful is the law of numbers. The higher number, the more risk is managed. That is what they said, but with some exception, okay? What is the position of risk on takaful? So on both takaful and insurance, we can see risk in takaful is shared. In takaful, from Islamic perspective, risk cannot be solved as in conventional. Conventional is a selling of risk, okay? You pay someone money, he's ready to take whatever the risk you will assume. But in Islamic takaful, no. It's you share risk with the so someone should be partner in business. Yeah, but this risk sharing, there are a lot of challenges also in Islamic. Okay, the issue of investment, there is challenge in Islamic economic, the issue of investment. There is challenge of, okay, who will benefit, which contributor will benefit? Can you ask of the return of your contribution? There are a lot of challenges. Because of that, that is why we look into this concept. I took the study on collective action, collective economy, because it is a field that now we don't have research from Islamic economic perspective in this field, which is very important. It's a traditional economic based paradigm. Okay. So we can see from the traditional insurance, we have community based. From that Hammurabi Code, we have traditional insurance, which is on how we have commodity-based insurance at that time. That is owners of good agree to split equally once some lost in water or land. The owners of business owners, they agree, okay, we are taking our merchandise together to the so area. When there is any problem, maybe there is a problem on the sea or anything, they will, whatever remain, they will put it together and share it again. That's what their main risk management techniques traditionally, okay? And we have financial base also from the same code, how they apply it. Additional payment to the lender. This is when someone borrow money, like someone borrow capital, he will add something in case when he purchase merchandise from this area to another area, when they are stolen or any risk, the owner of the fund will not ask him to pay the money again. Because of that insured money he got on top. Like now to say pay interest. So like you pay interest in banks, you pay interest to bank. Assume it is the interest you pay to bank. They will say, okay, if there is any problem with the business, you will not pay the money. That was how the financial insurance was at the ancient classical period. Okay, and the social base, that is ancient Hindu. They are very good at this one. Mutual firefighters, people they contribute money to buy some firefighting apparatus, gadgets. When there is fire, they meet together and they make sure that they stop that fire. They arrest the fire. Okay, so from there they started. Okay, they put money for whenever someone is having problem, they help him with that money. Okay, it's form of cooperative, but this one is they have each sector they have their arrangement for it. So now traditional takaful. From the traditional takaful, we mean from the Islamic perspective of insurance. What is the origin? We have the origin from Aqila. Aqila was the system in Medina during the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, Prophet he met people in Medina. When he met people in Medina, when someone has a problem, maybe loan or blood money, they contribute money. All his relative clans will contribute money to pay that. And the one prophet see that he did not stop it. He even enshrined it in the enhance it and enshrine it in the Article 3 of Al-Sahifa. Al-Sahifa is the first written constitution. That is Medinan constitution. So he included it. He said this is a good, and he put it there even if anybody died and there is loan on him, they will put money and pay the loan on his behalf. Later that become part of the Baitul Mal will pay the money. The Islamic Treasury pay that money. And there is Al-Ash'arin also. Al-Ash'arin are certain community. Those people, when someone is having problem with his own business, they will put all their assets together and reshare it. This is their way of insurance. When you have problem, they will put all the assets together. So this is how they share the risk. Okay, so and these people, Prophet even praised them. How can we put this traditional takaful and that traditional conventional insurance also? This traditional takaful and the conventional insurance we see.
Can you just summarize
okay.
in 5 minutes? Okay.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is to make sure that we do not financialize. Instead of this financial fixed premium, we have a traditional system that is accepted that we can adopt it without having this maybe the full of asset that is creating. We are still scholars are still looking for the way to handle it. And in agriculture, because many of this is agriculture. Okay. If we can bring collective action into agriculture, means collective agriculture, that was a takaful is a law of numbers. The more collective we can get our farmers means the more large area we can farm, the more diversified the farming will be. We have economy of scale, and a single problem cannot affect only one problem in one farm cannot affect all of them. Instead of financializing the sector, asking the farmers to pay for insurance outside, it should be within like traditional insurance. This is the basis for this concept we develop here. Okay, so we talk about collective theory. Okay, as in agriculture. Okay, and here this is the arrangement for the takaful. Okay. The more farms we have, the more insured farmers can be. Like if we look like we borrow from the socialist system of collective. But the difference is in Islam, no coercive, but we have musharaka. That is the model that can help us, which in socialist, they don't have musharaka. They have to force farmers to work together. In Islam, we have musharaka that will give farmers opportunity to join with their farm without being forced. And also at the same time, you maintain your assets also. there is no taking over of asset, okay? Because Masharaka is a contribution of capital and work. They put their farm, they work together. That will ensure their crops. Okay, so what are the benefits? Individual versus collective. These are the benefits, okay? Ownership. You see ownership, conventional challenges. The ownership in, if you say collective from the conventional sector, if you say collective, like socialist, they will take over the assets. But in Islam, coercive, conventional. In Islam, you cannot take over the asset. And the coerciveness, you cannot force anybody, but you can persuade farmers to join by enlightenment and the campaign. Okay. Collective musharaka farm, that is the alternative of agricultural insurance. Okay. As we mentioned, the two systems. Okay, this is our findings. Okay, commodity-based insurance, commodity-based insurance traditional. It's the same as Ash'ariyun, when the people that they used to put their asset together and they share equally, as and also musharaka system. Well, financial basis insurance is like ijara. Okay, collectively you hire people and you pay them collectively instead of borrowing money to pay. Okay, and the social-based insurance, that is like Aquila. Aquila, social-based also, okay. People like in the collective farm, they can put some percentage of the money to take care of the social amenities for the members of the collective. Okay, that is the model we created, and we recommend that stakeholders should encourage collective musharaka as a system that can guarantee a security of farmers and the farm produce. Thank you so much. Yes, that is.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Then third sessions all over. And now, good luck to fourth sessions and thanks for your patience for us.
Thank you.
Bye.
So let's start fourth virtual session. Welcome, dear participants. So our session's name is Digital Transformation and Sustainable Markets. My name is Buğra Bağcı. I am working as an assistant professor in İstanbul University. So without any delay, let's start our presentation. Each presenters have 10 minutes. I will warn you in 8 minutes to wrap your presentation up, okay? So let's start with Kent Canbaş from University of New York, Tirana. Is see here. So let's continue with the people who are here. Let's continue with Edip Özkan. Is Edip Özkan here?
Merhaba hocam.
Yes. Then let's continue with your presentation. The impact of digital transformation on population registration offices. So the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Edip hocam.
Hocam biz mi sunuyoruz?
Evet. Şu anda sırayla gittiğimiz için diğerleri yok. Siz de devam edelim diyorum.
Tamam hocam. Merhabalar sayın hocam, kıymetli hocalarım. Ben Mardin Artuk Üniversitesi'nden öğretim görevlisi Edip Özkan. Şu ekran paylaşımını da yapmak istiyorum. Evet. Hocam bizim konumuz dijital dönüşümün nüfus müdürlükleri üzerinde etkisi olacaktır. Bu çalışma benim danışmanlığımda ve öğrencilerimizden Emine Çavuşoğlu'nun yürütücülüğünde TÜBİTAK 2209 öğrenci projeleri kapsamında destek alan E-Devlet uygulamalarının vatandaş algısı ve kamu kurumlarındaki yansıması Mardin Nüfus Müdürlüğü örneği başlıklı projenin verilerinden faydalanmışız. Evet, bilgi ve iletişim teknolojilerindeki gelişmeler kamu yönetiminde dijital dönüşümün süreçlerini hızlandırmış. Bu dönüşümün en önemli yansımalardan biri e-devlet uygulamaları olmuştur. Türkiye'de e-devlet uygulamalarının temel bileşenlerinden bir tanesi olan merkezi nüfus idare sistemi yani MERS dediğimiz kamu kurumları arasında veri paylaşımını mümkün kılan ve nüfus hizmetlerinin temelini oluşturan stratejik bir yapıdır, dijital altyapıdır. MERS ile birlikte nüfus kayıtlarının dijital ortama aktarılması sağlanmış, kamu kurumları arasında veri paylaşımı hızlanmış ve çok sayıda hizmet elektronik ortam üzerinden yürütülebilir hale gelmiştir. MERS veri tabanı nedir hocam? MERS temelli e-nüfus hizmetlerinin nüfus müdürlüklerindeki uygulama sürecine etkisini saha verileri üzerinden inceledik daha doğrusu. Nitel araştırma deseni çerçevesinde gerçekleştirilmiş veri toplama yöntemi olarak da yarı yapılandırılmış görüşme tekniği kullandık. Bu kapsamda Mardin'de görev yapan bir ilçe nüfus müdürüyle yüz yüze görüşme gerçekleştirdik. Görüşmede e-nüfus hizmetlerinin uygulama süreçleri, dijitalleşmenin iş yüküne etkisi, bürokratik süreçlere etkisi, hibrit hizmet yapısı, vatandaş davranışları, veri güvenliği ve kurumsal dönüşüm konularına ilişkin sorular yönelttik. Bu başlıkta bürokrasi azalıyor mu, dönüşüyor mu? Dijitalleşme bürokrasiyi ortadan kaldırmamış, bürokrasinin biçimini dönüştürmüştür. Dolayısıyla literatürde dijital dönüşüm çoğu zaman hız, verimlilik, erişebilirlik, düşük maliyet kavramlarıyla açıklanmıştır. Ancak saha araştırması göstermektedir ki dijitalleşme yalnızca düşük maliyet ve hız üzerinde hız üretmemekte. Aynı zamanda yeni iş yükleri, yeni bürokratik süreçler ve yeni risk alanları da oluşturmuştur. Biz buna genelde dijitalleşme paradoksu diyoruz. Dijitalleşme paradoksu kapsamında e-nüfusa nasıl bir yansıması olmuş? E-nüfus hizmetleri vatandaşlara hız ve erişebilirlik sağlarken aynı zamanda yeni iş yükleri, yeni bürokratik süreçler, yeni güvenlik riskleri üretmesini de ifade etmektedir ve üretmiştir de. Bunları açıklayacağız Sayın Hocam. İş yükünün dönüşümü, araştırma bulguları e-nüfus hizmetlerinin kamu hizmetlerine beklenenin aksine iş yükünü azaltmadığını göstermiştir. İşlem kabiliyeti ve hız arttıkça nüfus müdürlüklerine yeni işlem alanlarıyla uygulamalar eklenmiş, yeni hizmet alanları devredilmiştir. Yani ehliyet, pasaport, adres gibi bu yeni iş yüklerinden bir tanesi. Sistem hızlandıkça işlem sayısı da yükselmiş ve yükseldiği tespit edilmiştir. Bunun yanında dijital başvuru süreçlerinin kolaylaşması vatandaş taleplerinin niceliksel olarak artmasına neden olmuştur. Görüşmede günlük yüzlerce dilekçenin e-devlet üzerinden isim ve soy isim değişikliği için sisteme düştüğü dönemler olduğu ifade edilmiş. Deneme amaçlı dilekçe gönderenler olduğu gibi kızlık soyadını kocasının soyadıyla kullanma talebinde olan bayanlar, sonraki hafta vazgeçip sadece kocasının soyadını kullanmak istemiş. Sonraki hafta tekrar fikri değiştirip yine kızlık soyadıyla beraber kocasının soy ismini kullanma talebinde bulunabilmiş. Ve bunun sınırı da sistemsel olarak sınırı da yokmuş. Bu tarihlerden ilginç olan bir tanesi daha astrolojik ve burçlar için doğum saati öğrenme de yoğun talepler arasındaymış. Dijital erişebilirliğin aynı zamanda kontrolsüz talep üretimi oluşturabildiğini de gösteriliyor bu araştırma. Bunun yanında dijital ortamda gerçekleştirilen değişikliklerin fiziki aile kütüklerin de işlenme zorunluluğu olduğu belirtildi, ifade edildi bu görüşme sırasında. Bu durum dijitalleşmenin bürokratik süreçleri tamamen ortadan kaldırmadığını, aksine dijital ve fiziksel süreçlerin birlikte yürütüldüğü, yani yeni bir dijital bürokrasi yapısı oluşturduğunu göstermiştir. Dolayısıyla araştırma bulguları dijitalleşmenin yalnızca kolaylaştırıcı bir unsur değil, aynı zamanda yeni iş yükleri ve yeni bürokratik süreçler üreten çok boyutlu bir dönüşüm alanı olduğunu ortaya koymuştur. Buna hibrit bürokrasi de denilebilir. Araştırma bulgularına göre müdürlüklerde tam dijitalleşme yerine hibrit bürokrasi yapı ortaya çıkmıştır. Çünkü vatandaşların işlemlerini çoğu zaman e-devlet üzerinden başlatmalarına rağmen sürecin tamamlanabilmesi için nüfus müdürlüklerine fiziksel olarak başvurmaları gerekmektedir. Özellikle yaşlı bireylerin dijital sistemleri kullanırken zorlanmaları ve çoğu zaman işlemleri kurum personeli aracılığıyla yapmayı tercih etmeleri ifade edilmiş. Bu durum dijital dönüşümün yalnızca teknik altyapıyla sınırlı olmadığını, kullanıcı alışkanlıkları, dijital güven algısı ve dijital okuryazarlık üzerinde de belirleyici olduğunu göstermektedir. Dolayısıyla dijital ve fiziksel süreçlerin birlikte yürütüldüğü hibrit bir bürokrasi modeli ortaya çıkmıştır. Dijital dönüşümün yalnızca teknik değil, davranışsal bir dönüşümü olduğunu tespit ettik. Vatandaşların dijital okuryazarlık düzeyi, teknolojik kullanım alışkanlıkları ve dijital güven algısı süreci doğrudan etkilemektedir. Veri güvenliği ve kullanıcı kaynaklı riskler ise veri güvenliğinde en zayıf halka çoğu zaman kullanıcı davranışlarıdır. Görüşmede sistem altyapısının oldukça güvenli olduğu belirtilmiştir. Ancak en büyük risk vatandaşların e-devlet şifrelerini paylaşması, hesap güvenliğini koruyamaması, başkaları aracılığıyla işlem yaptırmasıdır. Dolayısıyla dijital güvenlik yalnızca teknik değil, toplumsal bir meseledir. E-nüfus hizmetleri yalnızca teknik bir yenilik değil, kamu yönetiminde iş süreçlerini, vatandaş davranışlarını ve kamusal işleyişi yeniden şekillendiren çok boyutlu bir dijital dönüşüm alanıdır. Bu nedenle dijital devlet çalışmaları yalnızca teknik altyapı üzerinden değil, insan davranışları ve kurumsal dönüşüm üzerinden de değerlendirmelidir. Araştırmanın dikkat çekici bulgularından bir tanesi, veri güvenliğine ilişkin risklerin büyük ölçüde kullanıcı kaynaklı davranışları olduğu tespit edildi. Vatandaşların e-devlet şifrelerini yakın çevreleriyle paylaşmaları önemli bir güvenlik riski olarak değerlendirilmiştir. Özellikle yaşlı bireylerin çocukları veya torunları aracılığıyla işlem yapmaları nedeniyle mağduriyet yaşayabildikleri ifade edilmiş. Bu bulgular dijital kamu hizmetlerinde güvenlik sorunlarının yalnızca teknik altyapıyla açıklanamayacağı, kullanıcı farkındalığı ve dijital bilinç düzeyinin de belirleyici olduğunu göstermiştir. Bulgularımıza değerlendirdiğimizde çalışmanın en önemli sonuçlardan biri dijitalleşmenin nüfus hizmetlerinde beklenenin aksine iş yükünü azaltmaktan çok işin kapsamını genişletmiş olmasıdır. Özellikle dijital başvuru süreçlerinin kolaylaşması, vatandaş taleplerinin artması ve yeni bürokratik süreçlerin oluşmasına neden olmuştur. Bunun yanında fiziksel aile kütüklerinin devam etmesi ve bazı işlemlerin fiziksel başvuru gerektirmesi, nüfusta tam anlamıyla dijital bir bürokratik yapıya geçilemediğini göstermiştir. Araştırma ayrıca veri güvenliği açısından da teknik altyapının güçlü olmasına rağmen en önemli risk alanının kullanıcı davranışlarından kaynaklandığını ortaya koymuştur. Sonuç olarak çalışma, dijitalleşmenin kamu hizmetlerinde hız, tasarruf ve erişebilirlik sağlamakla beraber iş yükü artışı, hibrit işlem modelleri, kullanıcı kaynaklı güvenlik riskleri ve yeni vatandaş davranışları gibi yeni sorun alanları da ürettiğini göstermiştir. Sunumumuz bu kadar hocam. Soru olursa memnuniyetle cevaplarız.
Teşekkür ederiz hocam. Sorusu olan var mı? Sorusu olan anladığımız kadarıyla yok. Teşekkür ederiz hocam sunumunuz için.
Ben teşekkür ederim hocam.
Sırada Tuğrul Mehdioğlu var.
Merhabalar hocam.
Buradaysanız sözü size bırakalım.
Evet hocam, teşekkür ederim. Sunumumuzu şöyle başlatayım. Sesim geliyor değil mi?
Evet hocam. Buyurun.
Evet, saygıdeğer katılımcılar. Tüm katılımcıları saygıyla selamlıyorum. Sunumumuzda bilgi toplumunun dönüşümünü, Türkiye'nin dijital ekonomi göstergelerindeki yerini konuşacağız. Esas konumuz, yani makalemizin konusu küresel bilgi toplumu, endekslerin dönüşümü ve Türkiye'nin konumudur. Sunumumuzun başta endekslerin ardındaki gelecek. Çünkü bildiğimiz gibi, hepinizin de bildiği gibi, bilgi ekonomisi, bilgi toplumu, Türkiye'nin ulaşmaya çalıştığı bir bilgi toplumu olma yolunda ciddi stratejiler ürettiği ve yol kat ettiği bir konudur. Bu konuda yazmış olduğumuz makalemizi kısaca bu sunumda tanıtmaya çalışacağız. Bilgi toplumu sadece bilgiyi ölçmüyor. Aynı zamanda ülkelerin yarını da tayin ediyor diyoruz. Peki nedir kısaca bu bilgi indeksleri ve ardındaki gelecek neyi saklıyor? Biraz ondan bahsedeceğiz. Bu konudaki yol haritamız, yani akışımız 4 ana aşamadan oluşmakta. Öncelikle kavramsal temel. Kavramsal temelimizde bilgi ekonomisi ve bilgi toplumu iki kavramı üzerinde odaklanacaktır. Ve bunların tek bir çerçevede dönüşümünden bahsedilecektir. İkinci konumuz endekslerden bahsetmişken tabii ki endekslerin kriterleri. Nedir bu endeksler? Kısaca makalemizde ondan bahsediyoruz. Bildiğimiz üzere 1940'larda işte ilk başlayan, 1940'ların sonunda başlayan bu endeks konusu 1960'larla sistematize olmaya başlıyor. Ve 1960'lı yıllardan günümüze kadar dünyadaki farklı kurumlar değişik endeksler üzerinden ölçümler yapmaktadır. Bu birçok endeksi biz 3 nesil olarak bölüyoruz. Yani bir nevi burada bu kuşaklar arasındaki, yani endekslerin kuşaklarını ve endekslerin bu süreç içindeki evrimini ele alıyoruz. Üçüncü noktamız, bu akışımızdaki üçüncü aşamamız, araçlarımız. Araçlardan söz ederken de burada tabii ki endekslerin kendisinden bahsediyoruz. 4 ana endeksi, 4 ana araç olarak ele alıyoruz. Onları, bu konuyu detaylandırıyoruz. Bu endeksleri neler ölçtüğünü. Ve 4. aşamamızda en son olarak da bir Türkiye okuması yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Türkiye'nin bugüne kadar olan performansı, kırılganlıkları vesaire, politika yönü gibi. Pardon, şu anda evet. Evet. Kavramsal çerçevemizi çiziyoruz burada. 2 kavram az önce bahsettik başlangıç olarak. Bilgi ekonomisi ve bilgi toplumu. Bu 2 kavramın tek dönüşümünü gerçekleştirmemiz gerekecektir. Bilgi ekonomisi nedir? Biraz onun çerçevesinden bahsediyoruz. Yani burada bilgiyi üretim faktörü olarak ele alıyoruz. Eğitim, Ar-Ge, patent, inovasyon ve verimlilik ilişkisine odaklanıyoruz. Bilgi ekonomisindeki odak sorumuz şudur. Bilgi ekonomik büyümeyi nasıl hızlandırır? Bir ikinci kavramımız bilgi toplumu kavramıdır. Bilginin yalnızca ekonomiyi değil, toplumsal yapı, ağlar, katılım, eşitlik ve yaşam tarzlarını dönüştürdüğünü vurguluyoruz. Buradaki odak sorumuz da dijitalleşme toplumun bütününe nasıl yansır? Evet, ana iddiamız endeksler artık altyapıyı değil, kapasiteyi sınava sokuyor. Bu iddiamızı şekillendirirken de 3 endeks kuşağından, 4 temel araçtan ve bugünümüzü ve özellikle Türkiye okuması yaparken 2015 sonrasında 3. kuşağın hızlandığı eşik. 3. kuşak endekslerin Türkiye'deki mevcut konumunu nasıl belirlediği, Türkiye'nin kendine nasıl bir yol çizdiği ile ilgili bir konu. Kısaca endeks kuşakları derken neyi kastettik? Onlardan bahsedeceğiz. Bu kuşaksal evrim nedir? Ondan bahsediyoruz makalemizde. 1960'tan 2026'ya kadar 3 kuşak endeksleri 3 kuşak olarak ele alıyoruz. Birinci kuşak endeksler 1960 ile 2000 yılları arasında olan endekslerdir. İşte telefon, elektrik, eğitim. Eğitim derken tabii ki daha ziyade burada işte okuma yazma oranları, iş gücü ve son olarak 2000'lere yaklaşırken yani 90'lı yıllarda bilgisayarlaşma ölçülüyor burada. İşte hane başına telefon sayısı, işte hane başına apartmandaki telefon sayısı, köydeki, bölgedeki telefon sayısı, elektrikleşme seviyesi, işte okuma yazma oranları ve hane başına bilgisayar sayısı birinci kuşak endeksleri temel ölçme kriterleri. İkinci kuşağa gelirken 2000 ile 2015 yılları arasını kapsıyor bu kuşakların evrim süreci. Burada da ağ hazırlığı ve dijital ekonomi söz konusu. Yani erişimden kullanıma, beceriden e-devlete uzanan çok boyutlu yaklaşım öne çıkıyor. Burada da işte genelde bildiğimiz üzere işte fiber optikler, ülke çapındaki bunların yaygınlaşması, e-devlet süreci. E-devlet süreci de burada tabii göreceli bir kavram. Daha ziyade işte Avrupa Birliği'ndeki ileri devletler örnek veriyorum. İşte bir Estonya örneği vesaire gibi çok ileri e-devletlerden komşularımıza kadar çok daha düşük seviyede olan e-devlet sistemine kadar. Var mı bu sistemler? Varsa kullanım sayısı nedir? Bunları ölçmekteydi. Üçüncü kuşak, son kuşak. Şu anda da günümüzde devam eden 2015 ve sonrası. Burada temel faktörler olarak yapay zeka, veri ve güvenlik öne çıkmaktadır. Yapay zeka, büyük veri, big data, bunların kullanımı, kullanılan araçların sayı, yapay zekanın erişebilirliği. Bildiğiniz gibi bazı ülkeler işte popüler yapay zeka programlarının şu anda vatandaşlarına ücretsiz olarak temel veya pro versiyonlarını sunmaya başladı. İşte en son aşamasını Malta'da gördük. İleri beceri kümeleri burada merkeze yerleştiriliyor. Yani toplumun bu konudaki yapay zeka, büyük veri konusundaki bilgi ve becerileri göz önünde bulunduruluyor. Ve tabii ki en önemli konu söz konusu Big Data olunca siber güvenlik. Siber güvenlik seviyesi ne durumda? Bu konudaki ülkenin savunma mekanizmaları nelerdir? Ne gibi bir kontrol noktaları vardır? Evet, 4 temel endeks demiştik. Uluslararası Ölçüm Mimarisi'nin 4 temel endeksi var. Birincisi en meşhuru KEI, Knowledge Economic Index. Dünya Bankası'nın hazırlamış olduğu 1960'lardan beri değişik şekilleriyle var. Şu andaki son haliyle de çok aktif kullanılan bir endeks. Eğitim, bilişim altyapısı, inovasyon sistemi ve kuramsal çerçeveyi ölçüyor. ülkelerin bu konuda ne kadar yol kat ettiğinden bahsediyor. İkinci endeksimiz Net for Readiness Index. Bu da Dünya Ekonomik Forumu tarafından, WEF tarafından teknoloji, toplum, yönetişim ve etki boyutlarıyla dijital hazırlığı ölçüyor. Yani dijitalleşme seviyesi nedir ülkede? Buna toplumdaki yansıması nedir? Kullanım oranları nelerdir? Bir üçüncü konu International Telecommunication Union'un hazırlamış olduğu İDI endeksi. Yani toplumsal gelişim endeksi de diyoruz buna. Uluslararası International Development Index diye geçiyor. Buradaki söz konusu meselemiz de erişim. Ağa erişim, kullanım ve beceri üzerinden toplum içindeki uçurumu görünür kılıyor bizler için. Çok önemli bir ölçümdür. Teknik detayların dışında konunun insani yönünü de ele alıyor. Makalede zaten ayrıntılarına ciddi şekilde biz giriyoruz. Son endeksimiz, ele alacağımız son endeks, DESI, Avrupa Birliği Komisyonu'nun üretmiş olduğu bir endekstir. Digital Economy Index diye. İnsan sermayesi, hizmetler, entegrasyon, altyapı ve güvenlik boyutları ele alınıyor. Burada da siber güvenlik tabii ki güvenlik boyutu derken öne çıkıyor. Ve yine Avrupa Komisyonu'nun çok önem verdiği entegrasyon konuları öne çıkıyor. Bu dört temel endeks üzerinden şekilleniyor bilgi toplumunun çerçevesi. Türkiye burada nerede duruyor? Bu bizim için çok önemli bir konu. Gelecekte de ileride de bahsedeceğiz. Stratejilerin gerçekleşmesi için yapmamız gereken en önemli şeylerden biri şu anki konumuzu doğru bilmek. Yani tam olarak nerede bulunuyoruz? Dolayısıyla buradan yola çıkarak da neler yapmalıyız? Türkiye nerede duruyor? Net Worth Readiness Index'te 2024 verilerine göre 58.yiz. 133 ülke katılıyor endekse. Orta performansın alt ucunda yer alıyoruz. Türkiye'nin hem kapasitesi hem üretim gücü hem internet kullanımı sayısı itibariyle hak etmediği bir nokta. Fakat bunun sebepleri var. Onun sebeplerini detaylı olarak değiniyoruz makalemizde. Tabii çözüm önerileriyle beraber. Bir ikinci konu International Development Index.
Hocam yavaş yavaş toparlayalım.
Evet, zaten çok kalmadı. 2024 skorlarında da burada da 170 ülke içinde 75 bandındayız. Burada göreceli olarak komşu ülkelere ve Avrupa Birliği ülkelerine daha çok yakın konumdayız. Global Knowledge Index dediğimiz GKI endeksinde 141 ülke arasında orta seviyedeyiz, 59. Halbuki burada da aslında Türkiye'nin kapasitesi itibarıyla 40'larda yer alma ihtimalimiz çok yüksek. Ve en popüler endeksi olan KI endeksi %55 düzeyiyle OECD ortalamasının yaklaşık yarısındayız. Tabii ki burada ilk yarısında olmak daha çok tercihimizdi. Bunun da sebepleri var. Onu da makalede ayrıntılı olarak değiniyoruz. Şimdi bu kırılganlıklara, neden bu konumdayız, mevcut durumumuzu, hataları ve eksikleri okumamız lazım. Buradaki asıl sorun erişim değil, nitelik açığı dedik. Burada iki tane ana başlıkta duruyoruz. İşte birincisi insan sermayesi baskısı. İleri dijital beceriler, inovasyon kapasitesi zayıf. Bilişim teknoloji alanındaki beyin göçü ve 6.7 ile dikkat çekiyor. Buna bir sonraki sunumumuzda da değineceğiz. Mühendislik ve doğa bilimlerinde nitelikli kayıp sürüyor. Bu en önemli sorunumuz zaten insan sermayesi konusundaki. Diğer bir başlıkta altyapıdaki ikili tablo. Nedir bu? Mobil telefon sahipliği %90'ın üzerinde ki olumlu bir parametre. İnternet erişim kapasitesi yaklaşık %80 düzeyinde. Bu da çok önemli bir kapasite, ileri bir gösterge. Ancak 5G yayılımı biliyorsunuz yeni başladı zaten genel olarak yayılım. Ve geniş bant kalitesi AB'nin gerisinde, hatta bayağı bir gerisinde. Bu konu üzerine eğilmemiz gereken konular arasındadır. Beyin göçüne detaylı değiniyoruz. Nitelikli insan kaynağında alarm. Genel ortalama olarak baktığımız zaman aslında insan yani beyin göçü seviyemiz yaklaşık %2 seviyesinde. Bu aslında son derece gelişen piyasalar için, yükselen ekonomiler için gayet düzgün bir ortalama. Detaylarına bakacak olursak doğa bilimlerinde 2,7 kaybımız var. Bu da çok önemli bir aslında kayıp değil ve kabul edilebilir oranlarda. Mühendislik konusunda %4,4'lük. Türkiye'nin istisnai konumu göz önünde bulundurulursa aslında çok doğru bir konum değil ve fakat kabul edilebilir bir konum yine de. Esas tehlike bilgi iletişim teknolojilerine geliyor 6,7 ile. Bu tehlikeli bir sınır. Türkiye gibi göreceli olarak genç nüfusa sahip bir ülke için. 9,6'lık kayıpla elektronik iş gücünde, sermayesinde beyin göçümüz ciddi şekilde alarm veriyor. 10,8'lik oranla işletme mühendisliği ve en tehlikelisi %15'te moleküler biyoloji. Buradaki mesaj gayet açık. Türkiye'nin dijital geleceği yalnızca cihazlarla değil, içeride tutabildiği yetenekle belirlenecek diyoruz. 4 yapısal darboğazdan bahsediyoruz. Bunu yaratan 4 yapısal darboğazdan kurumsal süreklilik diyoruz birinci darboğazımıza. Stratejiler var fakat izleme, koordinasyon, sonuç odaklı yönetişim zayıf kalıyor burada. Stratejiler biliyorsunuz Hazine Maliye Bakanlığı çok önemli 3 yıllık 5 yıllık stratejiler açıklanıyor. Bu stratejiler çok geniş kapsamlı detaylı stratejiler aslında. Fakat süreklilik konusunda bazı sorunlar yaşanıyor. Bir ikinci konumuz beceri açığı. Darboğazımız beceri açığı. Temel dijitalleşme ilerlese de ileri beceri, Ar-Ge ve yaratıcı iş gücü yetersiz kalıyor. Üçüncü konumuz erişim ve kullanım farkı. Bağlantı mevcut fakat kalite, hız, bölgesel eşitsizlikler ve en önemlisi fiyat. Hem bölgedeki hem kendi seviyemize göre endekslerdeki yakın rakiplerimize göre fiyatı en uygun olmayan konumda şu an Türkiye bulunuyor. Bunun ayarlanması halinde çok ciddi bir atılım gerçekleştirmesi söz konusu Türkiye'nin. Ve dördüncü en önemli darboğazımız veri ve güvenlik. Açık veri, siber güvenlik. Kişisel veri korumasında daha güçlü kurumsallaşma gerekiyor. Evet, son slaytımızda 5 yönlü sıçrama programı diyoruz. Burada bu eşikleri, daha önceki slaytlarımızda gösterdiğimiz eşikleri aşmak için nasıl bir sıçrama programı izlenmesi gerektiğinden bahsediyoruz. Birincisi endeks odaklı yönetişim. Endeksleri dışsal sıralama değil, ulusal performans pusulası olarak kullanmak gerekiyor. İleri dijital becerilerde müfredat, akreditasyon ve dolaşan beyin stratejisiyle yeteneği çoğaltmak diyoruz. Az önce beyin göçüne ciddi şekilde değindik biliyorsunuz. Beyin göçündeki sorun çok büyük paralar harcayarak bu kaybettiğimiz bu beyinleri geri almaktan ziyade yani tersine beyin göçünden ziyade ki çok masraflı bir süreçtir bu. Dolaşan beyin profilini ortaya koymamız gerekir, geliştirmemiz gerekiyor. Çünkü yakın zaman içinde bu göç eden bilim adamlarımızın fiziki olarak zaten nerede bulunduklarına dair hiçbir fiziki konuların hiçbir önemi kalmayacak. Dolayısıyla burada da onlara gerekli şartların sağlanarak burada da paralel faaliyetlerin yürütmesi ve ülkeye katkılarının sağlanması söz konusu olabilir. Nitelikli altyapı tabii ki öncelikle fiber, düşük gecikme ve karşılanabilir bağlantıyı temel kamu önceliği yapmak gerekiyor. Veri ekonomisi ve yapay zeka, açık veri, anonimleştirilmiş kamu verisi ve ulusal platformlarla ekosistem kurmak gerekiyor. Son olarak 5. en önemli stratejimiz de kapsayıcı dijital vatandaşlık. Yerel merkezler üzerinden beceri, erişim ve güvenlik desteğini yaygınlaştırmak diyoruz. Son olarak dijital gelecek sıralama değil, kapasite meselesidir. Endekslerde görünmek yetmez, dönüşümü yönetmek gerekir diyoruz. Katılımınız ve dikkatiniz için teşekkür ederim. Sorularınıza vakit olmadığı için maalesef yanıtlayamıyorum. E-posta üzerinden tüm sorularınızı memnuniyetle yanıtlamak isterim.
Teşekkür
Sağlıcakla kalın.
ederiz. Evet, başka sunacak olan var mı? Is there anyone to present? As well as I can see, no. So we can close our session. If you didn't present here today, you can send us a video presentation of your submission. So thank you for your listening. Dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Eğer ki sunum yapmadıysanız bize video olarak sunumunuzu göndermeniz gerekiyor. Katılımınız için teşekkür ederek oturumu